Look at this. Fat, dumpy, chumpy, fat baby boy. Look at his little belly. Look at that. He's got that, what do they call it? The primordial pouch or whatever? That little fat belly that cats have. Look at that. What is this? Yeah, full of soup, full of evil. Kitty fupa. What has he been eating? Kibble and chicken? Ooh, look at it, look at this guy. Boink. I'm gonna poke him. Got him. I got him. I poked him. He's good. Yeah. Another one? How is it even possible? I don't know why, but she's absolutely obsessed with my chair now. To the point where basically anytime I get up from my chair, like anytime I go to pee or get food or literally anything, she will immediately jump up there because she likes my, I assume, butt warmth. Pigeon. That's my butt warmth. Mwah. Little baby. What is that thing? We don't know. How's your day been? Doing a lot of errands around the house. Spent a lot of time hanging out with buddies the other day. How y'all doing? We spent some time talking with friends. We all been social lately. You know, it's important to get outside, touch some grass, interact with people now and again. It's good for your well-being. Show them the hip shooting. How would I do that from my phone? We went shooting the other day with Demon Mama and Doe and stuff. Doe has a what do they call it? Mosin Nagant? The old, like, century-old rifle. I saw the post from DM, yeah. Uh, hold on, let me find the video. Berman's gonna send it. Hey, nice job donating to PV22. I did! I don't know if you're mocking me, but I did. I did donate to PV22. I sent him the 1700. Don't you mean modern Russian rifle? Yes, the top of the line Army Standard Mosin Nagant. Incredible stuff. Just wait on that, dude. Oh my goodness, tier 1 subs. Hell yeah. I'll read those soon. Do I sound drunk to anyone else? My nose is a bit stuffy. I might sound a bit nasally. That might be it. Pigeon. Feel a bit like phlegmy. What color would Pigeon's fur be if she has any? Well, she does have some fur on her nose, and it's gray. She's screaming. Has Elon agreed to transfer CEO of Twitter to you yet? We'll get to that, okay? We'll get to that. I assume he will, eventually. He'll get there. Why is the map missing on the website? Well, we're currently not fighting for any particular campaign. Jeremy is being cringe. Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. You know what? People are making fun of him, but I think he's shooting his shot, and I respect that. We'll get to the full segment in a bit. No one wants the job, can actually keep Twitter alive. There is no successor. Elon, I want to do it, and I can keep it alive. Not only that, but I can grow it far beyond what it is now. I have a complex understanding of politics. Yeah. Oh, dope, Benny. Check DMs for gun content. Okay, thank you. We'll do the segment in just a second. I'm waiting on the DM here. Boo, 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 boo. How do I? No, hold on. I have to download it? Oh, I do. Oh, okay. Look, the folding stock on the Mini 14 means that I can fire it like a movie henchman. You know? Like, or like Rambo with the machine gun, where you hold it by your hip. IRL hip firing. Actually, very fun to do it like that. Yeah, you can miss everything. That's why henchmen fire like that. You're not going to hit anything. But it does feel good, you know. You gonna get an AK? I'm not that into it. I'm not that stereotypical, okay? It don't be like that. At least not exactly. Oh yeah, guys, check it out. It was so cold outside that we actually got some good use out of these out of the fingerless gloves. Check it out. Look, it finally happened. We found the ideal time. The optimal autism. Yeah, the drip. Cold fingers. Oh, it was very cold. It was about freezing. Yeah. Oh, there's Doe's with the Mosin gun. Look at that. God damn. Never fired a bolt action rifle before. Where'd you get that coat? Oh, I got it before I even started streaming. It's from China. China. Uh, it's like an XXXL. Is it possible to yank the bolt too hard and it breaks? Well, I didn't try. I assume, but you'd have to do it pretty hard. I mean, you know, guns are meant to be pretty sturdy. That shit hurt to kick so hard. Yeah, it's a big bullet. Aren't the shells of bullets cold, or is the metal not that cold feeling? I mean, it's just metal. I mean, a bullet just feels like metal. It's just gonna feel the way any other metal would in that temperature. One of the largest aquariums in the world exploded, killing 15,000 fish inside the tank. Oh, that sucks. Hey, Berlin's giant aquadome hotel aquarium containing fish. This is a serious engineering fuck up. How does it explode? These things are supposed to be like insanely durable. The largest freestanding cylindrical aquarium in the world. 2 people were injured by falling glass after the blast. I'm surprised nobody got swept away with like the tide of water. I mean, I don't know exactly how it went down, but that's a lot of water. Sheesh. However, fire brigade official James Klein later told local media that several dozen fish had been found alive in places where residual water had collected. There we go, guys. There were a couple of survivors. What happened? This should never happen. There's been speculation that freezing temperatures, which dropped as low as -6 overnight, may have caused a crack in the tank. Yeah, but that still shouldn't happen. That's just, you know, engineering is one of those, like, it's one of the difficulties with constructing anything. I mean, you don't build it so it stands up. You build it so it stands up, comma, and then is also idiot proof, right? Like any situation, there shouldn't be any context in which anything ever falls down or breaks ever in an architectural sense. It would mean that it was poorly built or poorly maintained. There's never like an excuse, you know what I mean? I mean, if there's like a hurricane, obviously extenuating circumstances, not it got cold one night. It got slightly below freezing one night. Ah, that sucks, Melodic Rose. It was inside, so maybe it was assumed the AC would maintain a consistent temp. Yeah, it getting -6 degrees Celsius inside seems kind of unlikely. I don't know. The German press compare that to 9/11. That makes sense, right? You know, many people said that the World Trade Center was the largest freestanding cylindrical building before the towers crashed into it, you know? Dark parallels. Vosh, the saying is everyone can make a building stand. Architects can make a building that barely stands. That's true to a point, but once you start building like skyscrapers or anything that like requires some real engineering knowledge to build any version of, I mean, you have to work within some pretty significant tolerances, right? Like how much these skyscrapers will sway, Anyway, I don't know. I'm not an engineer. I just watch my favorite podcast, Well, There's Your Problem, which does make me an engineer de facto. Or fishies. Probably not Somnio. Maybe Vulture. Yeah, possibly. You're more qualified as an engineer than Elon Musk. I've probably played more Kerbal Space Program than he has. So there is that, at least. How y'all doing? Why did you do 9/11? You never addressed that. Honestly, it was to get the attention of a girl. It's actually really regrettable. At the time, I wasn't even a leftist. It wasn't even like a political statement. I just, it was kind of like the guy who shot John Lennon, right? It was just like, yeah. Did it work? No, it didn't work. I was 7 years old. Can we see the new desktop screensaver? You mean the background? Oh, it's not new. There must have been a Windows update. It replaced the background here. That's kind of annoying. I'll fix that later. This is the one that I have in my alternative monitor. It's the children of the step or daughters of the step or whatever. Wives of the step? I forget what they're called in pathologic. I like it. I mean, yeah, it's good. The herb brides, yeah. Naked ladies booba. I don't find the image that sexualized personally. You know. How do you feel about banning cigarettes? The subreddit keeps arguing about it. um, I'm okay with there being a lot of limitations placed on the sale and advertising of cigarettes. Cigarettes are kind of weird for me because I feel like cigarettes are unique in the sense that they give you very little experiential value and they are maximized for addiction. You know what I mean? Like meth is meth, heroin is heroin, weed is weed. You run through all the drugs, but it's like, well, what are cigarettes? What do they do? Well, they give you a light buzz, but like scientists have mathematically optimized how much they'll ruin your life relative to like how you know appealing they are. I don't know. I guess it's not. I guess the question isn't really about cigarettes, right? It's about tobacco because like you could do that without nicotine. I don't really know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really believe in like sin taxes that much because I feel like that kind of contradicts my belief that we should have mass drug decriminalization. But at the same time, I also really don't like drugs, and I definitely don't like cigarettes because they're fucking gross. So yeah, I don't know. What about vaping? Yeah, I don't like that either. Did you see somebody from the Witcher production team tried to say Henry Cavill was a toxic, misogynistic gamer bro for trying to keep the show aligned with the books? Do you have a link? I'd like to see that very much if you have a link. Please. I love being a toxic, misogynistic gamer, bro. Please, please. Then we'll get to the Elon Musk stuff. Do you think there's a meaningful difference between banning cigarettes and gambling? Yeah, I fucking hate gambling as well. I recall you saying they should ban gotcha games. I fully believe. Okay, yeah, call me. Okay, at the very least, you can attack me if you want for this. I think that gambling should be illegal outside of like accredited areas. Like verified. You know what I mean? Um, because like the problem is that, and this is the case with like nicotine as well, but for gambling it's psychological rather than chemical. There are so many tricks that you can do to like pull a person's brain in a way that isn't like good for them at all, right? Like technically you can like hook a person on a piece of media by making the piece of media really high quality, right? Like that's not against the rules. But like there are so many things you can do to take advantage of people who have psychological weaknesses to like get them to keep coming back to something or spending money. And like let's be real, okay? If corporations had their way, every single fucking product in the universe would be a gotcha game, okay? Like, you would go up to a water fountain and insert $1 bill, and then you would get to, like, roll on whether you get 10, 20, or 30 seconds of continuous water flow so that people would get, like, the boost of serotonin when they hit the 30-second. They're like, yeah, like, everything will be this, unless we fight back against it. So, in my opinion, I'm okay with, like, everything that employs those, like, tactics that that like type of reinforcement, I'm okay with it being restricted to like very specific venues at the very least. Obviously, people are still going to like do sports betting or whatever, but that's not the same kind of thing, right? Like that's not like the gotcha game thing. That's just like gambling itself. It's not the highly refined psychological method of hooking people in. Um, are you saying you should have to be physically in a designated gambling space in order to participate? I think if you're going to do like slots, I think you should be in the slots building. Yeah. Um, Supposedly this is the Cavill ship. Let me see. New Witcher smear campaign claims Henry Cavill was toxic and disrespectful to women, a trait he inherited from playing too many video games. I'm always saying this. Oh, this is narrativized. Oh no. The end of the year 2022 seems to be not such smooth sailing for Mission Impossible Fallout star Henry Cavill with his professional career. Was this written by a bot? Was this written by a bot? I think this was written by a bot. A lot of news articles aren't written by humans anymore. They just they feed inputs into an AI. Hold on, the guy was spamming. Has it really gotten that far? Yeah, that's been the case for years. I wanted to be a journalist, Vosh. That news is so upsetting. Well, it's not the case for all productions. It's just like clickbait stuff. It's one of the reasons that Google, guys, have you ever like Googled some info, immediately realized that Google is just like using 7 subsystems at the top of the page to promote a bunch of spam lists and like websites created specifically to produce clickbait that gets to the top of Google, and then you add Reddit to the end of your search and get real humans talking about it? Those algorithms can be optimized for, and the bots write them. Overwhelmingly, the bots write them. That's why if you ever want real answers to anything, you look up Reddit at the end of like any question, and you'll get something better. It's not even because Reddit's like an especially good website. It just has like a larger ask and answer thing than like Quora or whatever. And yeah, yeah, people pay for the top links and blah blah blah. There's a lot to it. Yeah, let me see if I can get another source because I feel like this thing is written by a bot. It's also poorly written, if not. First of all, who thinks of Henry Cavill as Mission Impossible Fallout star? Number one. Number two, how is it not smooth sailing for his career? Like, what? Okay. Here's a podcast transcript. Oh, God. All right. Well, we're looking at it, I guess. Okay, here we go. Here's here's the transcript. A podcast episode of Deus U podcast was released today where someone anonymously came forward saying Henry Cavill really with Witcher and it's not pretty. Oh, shit. Okay, well, let's read it, I guess. Speaking of Reddit, I guess. Here's something I really, really wanted to read to you guys. It has to do with why Henry Cavill left The Witcher. I know that was something that you guys were super interested in when it happened. I just got the message. Somebody was like, hey, do you want to know what really went down? And I was like, sure, so let me just read it. It says, at the beginning of the show, Henry was good to work with. A lot of difficult demands that made people feel like he wasn't a team player, but that's not unusual for a really big star. Though in TV, it usually doesn't happen until the second season. But in seasons 2 and 3, something shifted, and he became really impossible for women to work with, which is always a big problem, but even worse here because the showrunner is a woman. He would try to overrule her and try to get changes made last minute across the board without her knowledge, which, if you know anything about showrunning, is completely fucked. The showrunner has to sign. Okay, here's the only context that I have coming into this, by the way. I remember reading this over a year ago. The showrunner for The Witcher does not care about the Witcher universe or fantasy. To her, it is literally just a job. She doesn't care about the source material. The source material is just a template upon which to build. Now, I say this as a fan of the Witcher series because not only did I play Witcher 3 like everyone else, but then I went and read the books, which are actually really good. You know, um, I I was really excited for the Netflix series, and it was pretty good, right? Like it wasn't bad at all, and Henry Cavill was great, but there were a lot of weird changes made, and it goes more off the rails with time. And like, yeah, I can see the disregard for the original material there. So again, I better see some evidence of like actual misogyny, or this is going to be I'm gonna do a rant at the end of this about like the misappropriation of feminist terminology if I don't get something real. Okay. The showrunner has to sign off on every minuscule detail, down to the buttons in a costume. Female writers and directors were suddenly being completely ignored on set, unable to do their jobs. suddenly being completely ignored by him alone? Directors, plural. Writers, plural. What? Was he directly interacting with the writers right there on set and arguing with them, but also with the showrunner? This doesn't mean anything without any more specifics. Every department head was complaining. He started making comments. It wasn't a sexual thing. He wasn't grabbing anyone or being lewd, but it was disrespectful and toxic all the same. So he started making comments. Clarify, there was nothing sexual harassy about it, but they were mean. What does this mean? This is, okay, right off the bat, this is like a massive misappropriation of feminist terminology. Like, so he had disagreements. Where's the evidence of misogyny? Yeah, it says every department, but then it talks about the women. You know what I mean? It would be like if there were 20 writers or something, and one of them was Jewish, and it's like, yeah, Henry Cavill started disagreeing with the writing team. All of the Jewish writers just weren't able to talk with him. He was completely disregarding them and silencing them. But he just had a problem with the writing department. There's nothing about women here. Just women happen to be there. Hey, this is a quick lesson, real quick, to anyone who doesn't get it. The point of feminism, at least one of its points, is to put women on the same social standing as men in a bunch of ways, right? Equal accessibility to work, stuff like that, right? If that happens, you have to realize you can no longer do this he's going after women thing. You can't frame things in a way that suggests that any disagreement with a woman is exceptional because it's with a woman, while also wanting women to be normalized in workplaces. As a real feminist, I think you should be able to be like a giant dick to female coworkers as long as you're not doing it in a misogynistic way. That's fine. You can be a dick to coworkers. That's your God-given right. We're Americans, okay? Just don't do it in a misogynistic way. Just just do it in a normal way. I mean, don't be a dick to your coworkers if you can help it. I'm just saying, it's not. That's not the point. He is deeply addicted to video games. Hell yeah. To the point where it was like working with any other addict. He was distracted, he was late, he was obsessive, and a lot of people think the misogyny came from the gamer world. Video game bro language is not how you talk to coworkers, and he wouldn't stop. What did he say? Someone on the show compared it to watching someone get brainwashed by QAnon. Like his whole personality shifted. Eventually, his disrespect escalated. Holy shit. Yeah, he said PogChamp IRL. He said Pepe laugh IRL, and one of the female writers who exclusively reads BuzzFeed articles clutched her heart in pain and started typing up her 4chan terminology. He would rewrite scenes without even alerting the other actors in the scene until it was time to shoot. He decided that he didn't want any romantic scenes at all, no kissing scenes, no shirtless scenes, etc. Hell yeah, dude. The original Witcher books are really not that tantalizing at all. I mean, Geralt gets around, yeah, but he's kind of like a wiry, wolfish, incel. He's not an incel. He's not misogynist. Well, I guess it's like a medieval world, so he's kind of misogynist. He's not that misogynist. He's less misogynistic than everyone else, but he's still, yeah. He's just not like a ladies' man in the books. You know what I mean? He's just like a guy, and he's there. And sometimes chicks really dig him because he's because women are just like that. You can just be like a scrungly guy and show up smelling like shit and be like, yeah, sorry, I smell like shit. I just killed 18 wolves. And all the women will just lose their shit. That's a woman thing. That's not, I don't know. He wanted complete control of storylines, but had no idea of the limitations of TV structure, budget, etc. He formed a weird alliance with one writer who was also a gamer. I'm betting this one writer was also somebody who gave a fuck about The Witcher as an actual IP. We are so lucky that CD Projekt Red gave a shit about the original material when they made Witchers 1, 2, and 3. I haven't played Witchers 1 and 2. I've only seen the incredibly long video reviews of them by Joseph Anderson. I played 200 hours of Witcher 3, and they are really faithful and really good, and I love them a lot. I mean, Witcher 1 and 2 are a lot rougher than 3, but still, yeah, it's really wonderful when people do an adaptation and they care about the source material. Eventually, top brass at Netflix was tired of him costing them money with delays in HR investigations. Wow, that is a loaded term. So were some of the women going to HR to complain about him making comments? Obviously, it didn't come to anything, because if it had, they would talk about the HR, like, punishments or decision. Okay. And the showrunner was asked to construct a potential exit for him. Netflix reached out to him personally, and he was given one final warning and violated that warning with an email he sent to the entire writing staff right after the meeting. Damn! What a giga, Chad. That was it. It's very disappointing. So it sounds like, which is kind of shocking, that gaming video games was the demise of Henry Cavill. Dog, how are you going to say this about someone who literally everybody likes? What do you talk? Henry Cavill is one of the most unambiguously loved, like, mainstream stars right now, period. I don't know anyone who doesn't like Henry Cavill. Seriously. Everyone likes him. So wild, I never would have guessed that. Anyway, just wanted to read that for you guys. I know you're super interested when it happened. That's it. Okay. This is anti-gamer discrimination, man. For real. Holy shit. We need our own Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Vosh is unusually skeptical about this. No. The way all of this is framed is 100% sussy to begin with. It's not because I like Cavill in The Witcher. I do, and I am always full of bias. Everyone is. However, this transcript says nothing in so many words, and the leaps that it takes, the jumps that it makes, indicates way more about the person giving this info than what they're actually saying about Henry Cavill. Again, if he had done something actually bad, they would have been able to give one specific incident of him doing something bad, you know? Literally, he was making comments. It was disrespectful and toxic. Like, give me a real word. Let's be real. Toxic means nothing when written by, like, liberal Hollywood types, okay? What do you actually mean? Like, what? Well, okay, so it wasn't a sexual or lewd or whatever. Okay, so what? Why the charge of misogyny? What's that the Hollywood guy in Smiling Friends in the Mr. Frog episode? Like, you're being toxic when he just, like, did nothing. Like, he just said toxic like 50 times, you know? It's the vibes. You are charged with disagreeing with the woman. You are sentenced to death. If this report is true, Henry Cavill is trying to sell the narrative of he left the show because it was so inaccurate, and that's his way of outright dodging his misogynistic behavior. What misogyny? Okay. Pretty sure the writer mentioned here is Beau DeMayo. Okay. It's possible Cavill's a Voshite. God willing. The only bad thing here is him changing scenes on the spot. That seems egregious, but otherwise based. From a production standpoint, trying to change scenes on the spot is bad, but it's not the same as a person doing something, like, morally wrong. It's difficult to work with. However, being difficult to work with when you're an incredibly, like, wealthy, powerful, like, A-list celebrity isn't exactly, like, Henry Cavill specific, especially if him being difficult to work with was being motivated by a genuine love of the source material, right? Like, it's not exactly unheard of for actors to be difficult to work with. What I'm more interested in is, like, was he doing it for a bad reason? Does it reveal anything negative about his character, you know? And we're only hearing one side of this as well. Imagine how much Henry Cavill might have said if he was a little bit more indiscreet. Excuse me. I hate how this is pure red meat to the quartering type Nazis, and this spineless worm says literally nothing. Yeah, it is really, 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 really frustrating that a lot of, like, Gamergate reject types are going to come away from this saying, like, wow, real gamer Henry Cavill fake accused of misogyny by triggered SJW. The funny thing is, in this case, they're right. I hate it, but if that's the narrative they take from this, which they'd be idiots not to, that's actually correct. That's my takeaway. Yeah. It seems like a lot of people involved in production, or at the very least a few of them, are misappropriating feminist terminology to smear someone they don't like, and a lot of this literally is him being impugned for being a gamer. I can't believe that's actually what's happening here, but yeah, that is actually that is literally what's happening. They've said it's happened a million times, and this time it actually does seem to be happening. I'll be really disappointed if any more info comes out and it turns out Henry Cavill did like some fucked up stuff. If he was difficult to work with or like kind of irritable or sometimes rude, that's fine. Everyone is those things sometimes. It's more like you know, anything indicates real bad behavior, which I don't think it will, you know? I don't know Henry at all, obviously, but I've always gotten kind of the vibe that he's cool, right? Like he doesn't give me the impression of somebody who like acts nice for the benefit of his for his following, and then like, you know, but it's actually he's like a huge piece of shit underneath. Of course, you never really know. I don't know, obviously. It's just the impression. He just gives me just the impression of just like a cool, chill, nerdy guy who also happens to be disgustingly handsome and muscular. Yeah. God damn, man. Well, he has whatever the opposite of sex pest vibes are. Yeah, maybe. Sir Christopher Lee was also incredibly difficult to work with in Lord of the Rings. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a great parallel. Christopher Lee, another human being who nobody dislikes. I have no idea what kind of freak would dislike Christopher Lee. Was difficult to work with in Lord of the Rings because he respected the source material so much, which makes sense given the fact that he's about 100. Is he? Wait, actually, how close to 100 is he? He could be. Oh my God, he died. I completely forgot. I completely fucking forgot. I'm so sad right now. Holy shit. I completely forgot that he died. Oh my God, he died before I even went to uni. God damn it. Okay, well, he died at the age of 93? Wow. Born May 1922. Jesus Christ. He was a really cool guy. Everyone loved him. He would have been 100 if he was still here. Oh, you're right. He literally would have been 100 right now. Yeah, right now. Oh. Christopher Lee killed the fuck out of Nazis? Yes. He was. Remember the time he held up the scene to tell everyone how someone actually reacts to being stabbed in the back because he killed people in World War II as a spy? Yeah, he was a wacky guy. He was a wacky dude. Oh, iconic for sure, for sure, for sure. Yeah. He's got a whole storied military history. Um what on earth? After killing time at RAF Kessler. My man. Sheesh. Well. Lee met Tolkien in person? Well, Tolkien was World War One, right? Yeah. Havel doing 40K. Okay, last thing, we'll wrap this up, then we're talking about Elon. Yes, the failed dying star, Henry Cavill, whose journey is over, according to that one person, is doing an Amazon 40K TV series, which, you know, I really hope he can elevate it because I have no faith at all, no faith whatsoever in a good 40K series. Surprisingly, a lot of that stuff does not get researched for him, and especially back in the day, when movies were made in a much smaller budget, they didn't really like spend on stuff like that. I think it was Steven Spielberg's Saving Private Ryan that really upped the narrative expectation for realism in combat. I think. Show it. Wait, is there a preview? Oh, Christopher Lee refuses to scream in Lord of the Rings: The Two. Okay, sure, why not?
You ought to see me with the 357 Magnum. I'm awesome.
He would have won in Lord of the Rings. He would have won if he had that.
When Wormtongue rises up and comes up behind Saruman to stab him, of course, it was my job as director to talk to Christopher Lee and to explain to him what I wanted. So I started to go into this long explanation about what sort of sound he should make when he got stabbed.
I seem to recall that I did say to Peter, have you any idea of what kind of noise happens when somebody is stabbed in the back? And I said, well, because I do. Oh, yeah. It's not, I like that. It's because the breath's driven out of your body.
He proceeded to sort of talk about some very clandestine part of World War II.
He used to be in the British Secret Service, whatever they were called, the OSS.
He seemed to have expert knowledge exactly the sort of noise that they make, and so I just sort of didn't push the subject any further.
Yeah, being Peter Jackson with like, okay, make this noise when you're stabbed, and then getting a 47-minute explanation from Christopher Lee on his 17 confirmed kills in you know, in the trenches or whatever. Just fucking Jesus Christ. You ever heard a Nazi get stabbed in the back? Yeah, no, it was fucking. Oh my god. Christopher Lee had a damn sexy voice. Oh, Christopher Lee had an incredible. Yeah. They're basing the 40K TV series off the Eisenhorn book series. Whoa, it's gonna be off the Eisenhorn book series? Okay, that might actually be good then. Yeah. I was going to say before I got distracted by that video, the only story I might want to see told in live action would have been one which is almost entirely about humans. And it's kind of like a gritty, I don't know, like noirish romp that doesn't take the setting that seriously, but like follows a narrative path for a couple of characters rather than like some big epic war tale. Horus Heresy? No. Do you have any idea how cringy Horus Heresy would be in a fucking live action set? Do you seriously want to see like a 24-foot tall Horus with like a face like poorly tracked onto like a giant animatronic? Like no. Okay. Let's keep it sensible, all right? Pull it back. Yes? Okay. Well, Henry Cavill is going to be Eisenhorn, right? Okay, Henry Cavill gets to be this guy. Can we get a good picture of Eisenhorn, please? Is that okay? Tools, size, large, just like me. Thank you. There we go. That's Eisenhorn. This is the least armored you can be legally in the 40K universe. If you ever wear less armor than this as a human, you're considered naked, and it's indecent exposure. Inquisitor? Yeah, he's an Inquisitor. I could see Henry as an Inquisitor. Yeah, so I guess the TV series will be with him as Eisenhorn. That'll be really good. Basically, imagine a detective story. Okay, wait, hold on, I've got it. Here's what the TV series is going to be, okay? Are you ready for it? Okay? Imagine the oh fuck, what am I blanking on? It's like the main cyberpunk movie. Everyone's seen it. They made a sequel a couple years ago. It was really good as well. Blade Runner. It was like imagine Blade Runner, except the main character is 3 times the size and carrying basically like a partially deconstructed tank, and he also has psychic powers, and he's a gumshoe, and he's following the lead to try to unearth like black magic death cults that have infiltrated society, and he has more legal authority than God. The literal, actual legal authority to nuke a planet from orbit if he wants to. That's the Inquisitor special right there. If they ever really don't like a seafood restaurant or whatever, they've just got a watch they can like. And every imperial ship in orbit will just like shrug and start letting the nukes fall. It's good. Yeah, it's basically Judge Dredd, but like highly escalated with more emphasis put on psychic shenanigans, supernatural abilities, and detective work. Last chance to speak, Hector. What, the fucking Gustavo Fring interrogation scene? But with Eisenhorn holding his finger over the Exterminatus button. Like, fuck, last chance to give up the Chaos Cult, Hector. Fuck, it's just end the flat. So a Buster Call? Yeah, it's a Buster Call, but planetary. Last chance to look at me, Hector, as the nukes are falling. Ah, God. You think Cavill should look like the first Eisenhorn? That's Eisenhorn after he's older. This is him when he's younger. Sorry, I was showing an older pic of him. Look, he's got a big book. He's got a gun. You know, they're going to scale down the outfit for the live-action stuff, and that's probably fine. But if ever they were going to find a guy who could fill these pauldrons, Henry Cavill would be the man. What's in the book? You should. The books are actually pretty fun, I think. As somebody who generally has a low opinion of 40K literature, I do have a high opinion of the Eisenhorn series. It gets better with time, too. He painted Warhammer miniatures in his spare time. Hell yeah. Excuse me. What's in Eisenhorn's book? Oh, you mean the content of that book? That's the fuck book, right? Or this is the not the Necronomicon. It's the one he got from that Chaos cult. Can summon a demon. Very dangerous. That one, right? It's the it's very dangerous. It's the Death Note, okay? It's very not good. Basically, every 40K story about humans does the same like bit over and over again, which is that humans will encounter something created by chaos, which is basically like the gods of evil, and some people will say, dude, we could use this to, like, kill aliens. That'd be so sick. And other people will be like, we shouldn't use this. It was made by God specifically to trick and ensnare us. Let's not do that. And the pull between those two, 24/7, it's in every fucking story. Yeah, a general rule, if you're a human in the 40K universe, is just don't read. Legit, just be illiterate. No, for real. Just literally be illiterate, okay? 98% of the time in any of those fucking stories, if a member of the Imperium opens up a book and reads anything, they're already pulled in. It's fucking over for them, okay? So just, yeah, outsmart the Chaos Gods, become illiterate. It's the only thing that can keep you safe. If I was a human in the 40K universe, I'd just kill myself? Yes! Good idea. Yes! Andrew Tate's a genius, but in the wrong world. Dude, oh my... Holy shit! Andrew Tate in the Imperium. What a fucking bit. Like a high-level Inquisitor because he's immune to chaos corruption because he refuses to read. So, and he's doing like the DSL shit every time his compatriot, you know, another Inquisitor falls to chaos or whatever, and he's like, yeah, that's why I don't, yeah. That's why I told you. Don't read. You know, what do I say? God. Immune to chaos, corruption, and hates women. Yeah. The 40K universe can feel pretty sexless at times because the main characters tend to be space marines and they're all chemically castrated. I guess the amount of sexism really depends on like where you are in the Imperium. Can you explain how magic works for the Warhammer orcs again? I don't think Eisenhorn encounters orcs, or at least not in any significant numbers. But basically, for the orcs, if they're very stupid, and if they believe something hard enough, they can make that reality just through like sheer stupidity. Like if 10,000 of them really want a car to run, it'll probably run. If they think that red paint makes it faster, it'll move faster. They pull psychic energy from the warp through sheer like idiot belief, which makes it very dangerous. You know. This is him painting one during the lockdown. Yeah, I saw. It's really cool. Just like the communards in Disco Elysium. Well, the orcs are communist in 40K. That is true. No sex, no gender, no race. Well, kind of. They're mean to some of the captured races. You know, a purely collectivist attitude towards helping each other do WAS or whatever. All right, that's enough. End the segment. We're gonna do a whole 40K thing. Look, I'm excited to see what Henry Cavill does, and my conclusion is I don't think he's a sexist, or if he is, he's doing it in like a cool gamer way. Okay, pull it out. Can you explain this 40K comic? What is this? 12,000 likes on 196? Oh, I saw this comic. All right. I'm explaining it, then we're moving on, okay? So you see this employs a simple narrative device, okay? Here you've got a lady who looks kind of poor, boarding up what looks to be zombies from outside, and then somebody from out of panel says, Mama, you don't have to cry. But then a girl says, everything's all right, we're safe now, look. The Space Marine's here to save us. But you see, if you know anything about basic narrative structure or 40K, you know this is a bad boy right here. Very not good. So, yeah. It's very not good. Not good for her. Not good for her. Not good for anyone, really. Good for him, I guess. What's the knife for? The knife is highly redundant in this case. I'm pretty sure the, what are they? The Chaos Guard? What are they called? Plague Guard? Plague Guard, right? And just sort of, a Death Guard. Death Guard, that's what they're called. Sort of swing their arm and level a building. Honestly, it's their fault for not committing suicide faster. Honestly. Seriously. Jesus, you're in the 40K world, you see that a bunch of people are liquefying, turning to zombies outside, just kill yourself. Real. What the fuck else are you going to do? What's a Plague Marine? A very, very bad dude. Bosh, what the fuck? It's sensible advice. When we talk about the sisters' battle, no! We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on. Completely moving on. Nice try. So the big guy is just going to kill the mom and girl. Yes, he's just going to kill the mom and girl. It's not, if any of you thought like it meant rape, it's not rape, okay? That's not a Slanesh. That's not a Slanesh guard, you know. How does a normal human survive then? Get lucky? Like, are there stories about normal humans surviving? If you want to read the books, you can, but like the basic like through line of the 40K universe is like every day like 10 trillion humans died horribly. You know, keep the engine moving. That's like the recurring theme. There are literally planets that have been hollowed out to have populations in the trillions to low quadrillions, where people like get sent to work at 8 years old and die at 17 without ever having like met their parents because they were harvested from like brood mothers. It's not a good setting. It's not good, okay? It's not good to be alive. Overwhelmingly likely, if you're born as a human in that universe, you're born in a hive world, and you will die at 17 when the factory that you work in, you know, like you fall into a gear mesh or something, and you never ate anything other than like nutrient gruel, okay? It's not good. Your best case scenario is that somebody hears that there may possibly, maybe, perhaps, might be a chaos cult on your planet and nukes it from orbit. Does anyone have a good time? Yeah, you have to be really wealthy, or you have to be with Slanesh. Honestly, you want to have a good time, join Chaos, okay? Shh. Stop! Stop asking me questions. You guys know that I just want to talk about 40K right now, but we have to talk about other stuff, okay? Quit taking advantage of me. More info on NASA's DART. I don't know if I want to look fully into this, but this stuff is so fucking cool, man. Views of the Dynamo system within the first month of DART's impact is seen by the Otehiwai Mount John Observatory in New Zealand. This is so fucking cool, dude. Holy shit. What is that? Basically, NASA launched a satellite at an asteroid so hard that it deflected the trajectory of the asteroid by an enormous amount. It basically means, like, you know how one of the big, like, sci-fi threats to humanity has been asteroid collision, or, like, impact? There's now a decent chance that we have the technology to deflect all but the largest asteroids. Obviously, there's some shit we still can't do, but, you know, if, like, this gives us some options, you know? Well, that's pretty cool, in my opinion. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Google! We doing stuff? Cute. Yeah, that's basically what happened. NASA's DART asteroid smash flung 2 million pounds of rock into space. Oh, yeah, that's the one we're reading right now. Huh. That's pretty cool. Why can't we just nuke the asteroid? Well, because it's cheaper to just fling a rock at it. Also, nukes don't quite work that way. So how big was the deflection? The rock could have just lost 0.2% of its material? Whoa! 0.2? That's a huge amount. Are you fucking kidding me? Huh. The second number goes to the core of the DART mission's purpose. DART wasn't about seeing the inside of an asteroid. It was about planetary defense. This involves hunting for asteroids in orbits that intersect with Earth's and calculating whether the two bodies might ever find themselves in the same place at the same time. If scientists ever spot a sizable asteroid that poses a real threat, the thinking goes humans could try to intervene by speeding up the asteroid's orbit around the sun so it misses its appointment with Earth. DART tested one technique for that called kinetic impact, a fancy name for hitting it with a rock, my favorite technique. However, scientists don't use characteristics. Scientists have now the beta factor of DART's impact at 3.6. That value means the asteroid picked up more than triple the momentum than it would have in a clean impact. Okay, so what they're saying is the way in which they shot the satellite at the asteroid caused a bunch of debris to shoot off, and that changes its orbit by even more because conservation of momentum, if material gets knocked off the face of the asteroid going in one direction, that will push the asteroid in the other direction as it moves off, leading to 3.6 times the expected change to its trajectory. That's really cool. Well, nice. Now it's going to hit Earth. Yes, they've knocked it into Earth's orbit. They expected the one, trajectory change, but it's 3.6 times that. Now it's directly heading towards us. It's too late to stop. Very funny. Maybe cheeky licks. Wait, are we dying? Eventually. Have you seen OK Buddy Vosh prepping for Goblin Mode 2.0? Oh, God. Yeah. Ugh. What is it today? Sunday? I have a thing on Tuesday. I can't do Monday. Can we do Wednesday? Can I commit to that? If I commit, will it hold off? Wednesday night, 6 p.m. PT. Unless an emergency happens, like someone gets hurt. There. Wednesday, 6 p.m. PT. I don't think I have anything scheduled for that day. What is that? 19th, 20th, 20... That should... Wait. 19th, 20th, 21st, 21st. Yeah, okay, that... I'm pretty sure that's clear. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. It should work. Hey, Gelly. Oh, that hurt my eyes. I pressed down on it too hard. No, I said I would do it last week. It's a seasonal depression thing. I just have difficulty keeping track of my appointments. My seasonal depression used to be way worse back before I got on lithium years ago. So it's a lot better now. It's fine. It's just life. Just a chemical thing up and down. That's life. Can you consume lithium? Yeah, lithium bicarbonate. Christmas is depressing as fuck. I like... I've never had a bad Christmas. My family's really good. I love spending time with them. But I always get seasonal depression, at the, winter time, which means that I'm usually sad during Christmas anyway. And I always feel really dumb about it because, I'm with people I love, having a great time, but I'm generally sad. And I've tried to explain to my folks, just so you know, this is like a chemical mishmash. It has nothing to do with, the actual season. It's nothing, it's not reflective of the environment that I'm in. You know what I mean? It's just life. But they get it. Parents have always been very supportive. Excuse me. XQC lost 650K betting in the World Cup. Wait, I saw his tweet. Didn't he win $500,000? Why does seasonal depression happen? I'm not sure. A lot of it's probably psychosomatic to an extent. Vitamin D stuff. Sleep schedules, sun exposure. Yeah, it's true, Gally. No, he bet on France. Oh. Well, be careful with your gambling, folks. Let's see. XQC definitely has the money to lose, though, I guess. All right. Interesting, man. A dignified suit. Yes, I have, Senior Pool. Wagner Group, Burkina Faso, anger over Russian mercenary link. Oh, God. Burkina Faso's military authorities have summoned Ghana's ambassador over allegations they have hired Russian mercenaries to help fight jihadists. Oh, my God, dude. Yeah, if you ever want to experience being a human in the 40K universe, all the like suffering and constant political turmoil, man, just move to Burkina Faso. Holy shit. 2 coups in 2022. 2 coups in 1 year. Christ. And ISIS? Fuck. ISIS is kind of like a death cult, basically, so. The details of the pact between Mali and the mercenary group, which has been accused of committing atrocities in the countries, including killing civilians, remains unclear. Okay, I think I know what's happening here. Here's my bet. I'm going to call my bet with all the knowledge I have in Burkina Faso, okay? Burkina Faso has been struggling for years with ISIS, who have made strong incursions in here, and I strongly suspect that Mali and Ghana have both been tapping their watches, waiting for this to bring down Burkina Faso, so they can like kind of neuter the country instead of it being like an interminable, like rotating, a bill of military dictatorships. And the Wagner Russian Nazi mercenary group was brought in here as a way of getting like a bunch of public support by fighting against ISIS and then using that political leverage to oust the leadership of Burkina Faso. It's a little bit like what Russia did with the Donbass in Ukraine, where they paid a bunch of separatists there to stir up a mess and then tried to use the political problems they caused to delegitimize Ukraine's government. Didn't they have a massive kidnapping of women? ISIS or Wagner? Both would be willing to do it. The Wagner mercenary group is one of the biggest pieces of shit. Russia Wagner group is entered Mali. Mali becomes newest piece of Russia's Africa puzzle. See map of Chabunax geopolitics. Footprint of Russian Wagner group in the African continent. This is why it's necessary that we fight Russia. You know what I mean? Right now, America and China do neocolonialism by like investing in foreign companies and like using the World Bank or by military or whatever, like by Belt and Road Initiative to try to like construct strong economic incentives to get along with us. And we use a lot of hard power too, but we try to like light it down. Russia's best effort at African colonialism is literally just sending in Nazi mercenaries to kill people. That's the best. That's their best. That's their best fucking go at it. You know, like why not? Okay. All right, we can't hold it off any longer, lads. That's because Putin is bankrupt. Yeah, they take over mines and run them with slaves. You need beard oil? I don't want beard oil. I don't like beard oil. And I use a brush not because I need to, but because it's like a autistic bullshit thing. I appreciate it, but it wouldn't have an impact. Thoughts on the new Twitter CEO? Hold on. It's always a fucking thing. Okay. So, I hate to be like the Let's Cover Elon Musk channel because honest to God, he's not that interesting. Seriously, he's very predictable. Poke art at me for me or I'll cry. Keep this in the segment. Keep that in. Or I should say, Elon Musk messes stuff up in very predictable ways, consistently. But, earlier today, a tweet went out from Twitter, if you can believe such a thing. You want to see what that tweet said? You're not going to believe it, okay? So crazy, you're not even going to be able to perceive it. What did I tell you? Your brains just can't handle it. Before it got deleted, this was in a tweet from the, this is from the Twitter support account, where they said that from now on, it'll be against Twitter terms of service to link to any comparable social media application or to even give your username in a different social media application. So if you were, for example, to say, hey, follow me on Instagram. I'm at blank. That would be ban worthy. This is insane. This is I mean, this is as ridiculous and draconian and anti-free speech, anti-competition a move I've actually ever seen from a social media site. It's actually like really crazy how bad it is. Yeah, no, the most divorced move he's pulled yet by far, divorced from reality fully. But you know, as you can see, he deleted it because the only thing that I can assume happened is that Elon Musk got upset by seeing so many people link Mastodon. I mean, he did ban the Mastodon official Twitter account after all. That he screeched at an engineer, you know, hey, make this against TOS, make it against TOS, come on, come on, come on, because he got like really upset, you know? And then like the guy like shaking, sweating, he's like, yeah, okay, sir. Like this fucking poor like H-1B visa guy who can't like quit his job without leaving the country. And he needs to send money back home to his family. He's like, okay, tweeted out. Some people have said that this is a violation of antitrust law. I don't know enough about the law to make that claim definitively. It is at the very least absolutely insane. It is completely insane, unbelievably wild. Yeah, it would depend on who's, you know, legislating it. Truly, truly, truly insane. So anyway, but that's deleted. And now Elon Musk is hitting us with the classic post-mistake move of, if you guys don't really like me, I can just go. Should I step down as head of Twitter, I will abide by the results of this poll. Now, you know, regardless of what happens, the result of this poll shouldn't be counted as reliable because he can just bot whatever he wants. Again, he literally owns the site. He can do anything he wants. He could just magically have 10 million votes go to either one if he would prefer. So it's not exactly a reliable outcome, no matter how you kick it. Red Minus. Hey, Red Minus. Are you Red Minus? Red Minus? What's up? To begin with. But no matter how things turn out, I think that there's a different read on this than just him being egotistical and thinking like everyone would say, oh no, come and stay. And then he would have like official permission from his Vox Populi, Vox Day or whatever. I think there are people who are pressuring Elon Musk to step down. Possible candidates might be, I don't know, like the Saudi government, the people who lent him money. Maybe people like some of his finance people told him that he is driving down the price of Twitter stock, which means that the stock that he leveraged the Twitter purchase against is decreasing in value. You know, like that. There are a lot of finance people who might be pressing him to please get the fuck off. Yeah. There have been, yeah, Tesla stock. Tesla stock has gone down. Articles have been made recently about how Elon Musk is driving down the price of Tesla stock. You know, Elon Musk, like all modern wealthy people, is not wealthy like in the sense that he has a bunch of gold in a vault. Elon Musk is wealthy in the sense that a great deal of people trust him in a way that increases the evaluated worth of his you know, the stock that he holds. So whether it's Tesla stockholders or say here's Kushner and a bunch of Saudis at the World Cup, you know, the company we keep, Jared Kushner. Very funny because a lot of Nazis love Elon Musk, but they hate Jared Kushner because they see him as like a sellout Jew who like betrayed the Trump admin. Oh, sorry, not Saudis, Qatar. Those Saudis look like they all own bone saws. What are you, racist? Those are Qataris, not Saudis. Come on, get it together. Though, to be fair, with Qatar barely being even a real country, there's a lot of transposition with the Saudi government and with the Qatari, you know. How many people in Qatar are Qatari citizens? What is it, like 13%? 14%? The rest of them are like slaves. It's like 200,000 people. Yeah. Not to be racist, but is Qatari an ethnicity or nationality? I assume it could be referred to as either, right? I don't know about the specific ethnic makeup of the Qatari, like, citizenry, but I assume we're referring to the nationalities when we say that. you know, Qataris are Arab, right? Yeah, but even within like the Arab ethnicity, there's like subdivisions because Arab is like a very broad term. You know, it's a lot goes into it. Um, Regardless of the complexities of the geopolitical situation down there, the point that I'm trying to make here, uh, the point that I'm trying to make here is that there are probably a lot of very powerful people who are leaning on Elon Musk to, please God, stop. I saw, I think it was from the Finance Times the other day, where stockholders were considering removing him. Large shareholder from Tesla asks for a new CEO. Analysts are screaming that Elon Musk's Twitter obsession hurts Tesla. This is something that a lot of people don't get, and it's really, really important to remember, you know? Again, this wealth is interconnected. Elon Musk's wealth, in large part, is just a reflection of the worth of the stocks that he owns, right? Tesla, the company, isn't some like Republican. It's not like Black Rifle Coffee, you know? It's not like My Pillow CEO guy. It's not like a Republican company. The Tesla brand was and is supposed to be a broadly popular luxury, you know, electric vehicle brand. That's the point. My Tesla, yeah, my pillow, my Tesla, my Black Rifle Coffee. Uh, so Elon Musk being so nakedly partisan on Twitter, something that, by the way, you tend not to see CEOs do for a reason. You guys ever wonder about that? Like, you have the people like Mike Lindell who are aggressively partisan. For the most part, even though ultra wealthy people tend to be very far right, they don't tend to scream about it from the high heavens. There's a reason for that. It turns out political partisanship does tend to alienate people who might otherwise purchase your products. And that's exactly what's happening now. It leads to a lower appraisal of Tesla's value. It leads to lower sales, less confidence in Elon Musk as a Tony Stark figure, which people delusionally bought into prior to all this, or, you know, some still do, but it used to be more of a maintained illusion than we currently see. And what that means is that Elon Musk, as CEO, is failing to meet his fiduciary responsibility to the stockholders of Tesla, which, again, he only owns like 13% of the stock, and he sold off a lot of it too. Which means that the rest of the stockholder, or the board of shareholders, you know, they are not very happy with Elon Musk's Twitter addiction costing them money. They're losing money. Very, very, very powerful people are losing money. Bosch, you're probably wrong. There's no shot of him being dropped from Tesla. 90% of non-Elon stockholders would need to agree to kick him. Like with Zuck, there are special rules that protect the CEO. You need a 90% vote in Tesla for the shareholder. What would it take to vote Elon Musk out as Tesla CEO? Even if they can't directly vote him out, it's still worth noting that he also loses money when Tesla stock goes down, and he does have other investors. There are a number of oh god, I can't speak at all today. There are a number of financial pressures that are moving him, like pushing him out of this insane partisan bullshit. And it's really a matter of like how, you know, extensively you know, they act on him. Isn't his Twitter debt leveraged with Tesla stock, which is likely to turbo tank tomorrow? It's not likely to go up tomorrow, that's for sure, when the markets reopen. And yeah, the Twitter debt is leveraged with a couple billion Tesla stock. How much Tesla stock Elon Musk Twitter purchase? What do we, how much? Sold 19.5 million shares. Okay, but how much is it currently hedging on? Let me see. He sold 7 billion of his Tesla stock in August, 19 billion since April. But how much are currently tied up in it, you know? These financial deals, they're so complicated. Elon also got funding for buying Twitter from the Saudis. Yeah. Sold about 7 billion of the kind of stock. Eh. Here's a quick breakdown of Tesla shareholders. Thank you. Kimball Musk The younger brother of Elon Musk. Okay. Zachary Kinhorn, institutional shareholders. Elon Musk, of course. Susquehanna Securities. Capital World Investors. You just got to know these people ain't going to be that happy with him. I mean, they're definitely not. Kimball Kitsuragi? Yes, of course. Elon Musk, step down, Twitter CEO. Anyway, the point that I was trying to get at, that I was laboriously making my way towards, was that it's possible that what Elon Musk is doing here is trying to find like a graceful exit to being CEO of Twitter so that he can stop shooting himself in the foot 24/7 by operating it, put it in charge or put it in the hands of somebody more competent, and that way he might be able to salvage some of the damage to Tesla. That's my thought, you know? I feel like in either way he kind of wins here, because if he doesn't step down, then, you know, there's that. But if he does step down, it means that he gets to, like, leave as some kind of noble, you know, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. It might just say he should step down, but then he says, oh, actually, well, nobody else can replace me, so I have to stay anyway. It's impossible to say. It's not possible. What has he been up to tweeting? Why do so few report about millions of people crossing the border? Those who want power are the ones who least deserve it. Yikes. No one wants the job who can keep Twitter alive. There is no successor. Oh yeah, Lex Friedman tweeted, let me run Twitter for a bit, no salary, all in. Do they think this is how it works? Okay. The only thing that I know about Lex Friedman, again, I know he's a very big, powerful guy. The only thing I've seen from him is like very embarrassing shit with Elon Musk on Twitter. Every time I see something from him, it's him being a dick rider. You must like pain a lot. One catch. You have to invest your life savings in Twitter, and it has been in the fast lane to bankruptcy since May. Still want the job. Hey, Elon Musk, I get accounts whose sole purpose is to promote the other accounts being forbidden, but telling people they can't link out to their Instagram is way too far. The same goes for Linktree. I used mine to link to my website, my coffee biz, etc., not to compete with Twitter. Okay, that seems reasonable. Wait! He didn't know this? I know he's since had the tweet deleted. Wait, did he learn something from the quartering? Hey, Elon, it's dumb. Don't do this thing no one else does. Okay. Policy will be adjusted to suspending account when the... Dude! The quartering won a debate. Holy shit. Unbelievable. The quartering won a debate. That is incredible. Did you see Ego Rapper is back to animating? No.
Hey, what's up? It's your boy.
Oh, sorry. I have to turn back on the pause autoplay. I'll look at that later. Ego Raptor was a huge part of my childhood on Newgrounds. Elon is literally a guy who just believes whatever the last person he spoke to says. It's very common with this type of person. You have Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Joe Rogan as like the big three. People who just kind of swim their way forward through life. And the last time somebody said, hey, Padre, nice dick, very big. Hey, listen to this. And then gives them some absolute bullshit. They'll just roll with it, you know? Kanye as well. I don't think it applies to Kanye because he is too committed to being anti-Semitic. Like, because if Kanye was truly a part of that group, somebody could go up and be like, hey, Kanye, nice dick, very big. Hey, do you know Jews are actually pretty okay? And he'd be like, yeah. And then he would go on his next show or whatever, and he would talk about that. But he's very very dedicated to his anti-Semitism. You know, he's too committed. He's too ideologically driven. So a wacky guy. We should ask Yi if he loves Stalin. He might. A lot of far right people like Stalin. Okay, yeah. So it's very rambly. It's difficult to do this. It's difficult to do anything like really consistent, cohesive, like well structured when it comes to talking about Elon, because it's all so dumb that it sounds like self parody. Like it doesn't sound real. Um. Oh, he said he likes Mao. Okay. Dictators tend to like dictators. Oh, they're doing this to a poll as well? Ah, there we go. Should we have a policy preventing the creation or use of existing accounts for the main purpose of advertising other social media platforms? Good luck. Do any of these people know how to run a social media? Well, this is the big contrast, right? This is one of the reasons why I've said before that rainbow capitalism, while not enough, is not bad. Like rainbow capitalism is better than non-rainbow capitalism. It is good. And the reason for that is because there are strong financial incentives that encourage um corporate leadership and companies in general to be even-handed, and sometimes even quite positive when it comes to social progressivism. And when you have leaders or companies who don't do that, they tend to get broadly maligned. This is a reflection of the general progressive sentiment in the country. Remember that as much as the conservatives might screech and piss themselves, something like 60 to 70% of this country is positive or progressive on some measure of like trans identification. And then if you go into stuff like support for gay marriage, what are we at? Like 85%? That might be a bit high. Hold on. Pew Research, gay marriage. Anything in the past year? That was a bit high on my part. My apologies. I think when I was thinking 85, I was thinking like whether it's okay for like gay people to marry each other. It's about 2 to 1. It was hold on. 6 in 10 adults express a positive view of the impact of same-sex marriage being legal. 37% have a negative view. Yeah, so 61 to 37 with what is that, a 2% in the middle? Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, no answer 3 right here. Almost a 2. You know, what maybe 3/5? Yes. Is this rainbow capitalism or woke capitalism though? Well, I mean, to the extent that they mean anything, they're kind of in the same ballpark. LGBT rights in Singapore, homosexuality to be legal, but gay marriage will have to wait. Oh, whoa, that's a huge deal. Whoa. Hold on. Decriminalizing homosexuality is a way bigger deal than legalizing gay marriage. That, like, the difference between you will be arrested for being gay and you won't is much larger than gay people can't marry versus can marry. That's a big jump. Singapore, known for its conservative values, has recently years so many people call for colonial-era Section 377A, which banned gay sex, to be repealed. After years of debate, Singapore is set to abolish... God, that's awesome! The move will effectively make homosexuality legal in the city-state. Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong announced the decision on national television Sunday. After India, Taiwan, and Thailand, Singapore is the latest in Asia to take such a decision on LGBT rights. And India has been making moves towards positivity when it comes to gay marriage as well. God damn. The script is getting flipped. For years, we've made fun of the East for being reactionary compared to us. But in 10 years in America, it'll just be legal to hate crime trans people. And over in India, they're all going to be like they'll have activated their gay chakra. Everyone over there will be doing whatever the fuck drag queen show, pride, gay parade feasts or whatever. Yeah, we saw this a couple days ago. A couple weeks. India's top court to consider legalizing same-sex marriage. Apparently, there's a progressive majority in India's Supreme Court at the moment. You said last stream you wanted to make being gay illegal. Have you changed on this position? No, I still believe that. Big deal. Pig news, even. This is the guy right here. Chakraborty. This guy is like a very progressive Supreme Court justice for India. We looked at this guy's Wikipedia page, and his entire history is just banger after banger after banger. No, wait. No, it was this. Chandra Chud. I'm so sorry. I'm racist. It was this one. Sorry, I remember the CHA. I was very confident when I saw that. Sorry, it's just my white Hitler particles. My apologies. This guy right here. Dhananjaya Chandrachud, I think. We looked at his notable judgments. Everything here is a W. What, guys, for those of you who remember, wasn't everyone here a W? Every single one of these? He promoted dissent as the safety valve for democracy, observations on sexual autonomy and privacy, which he wanted to protect. This, personal liberty, super in favor, gender justice, called for a change in mindsets as well as affirm equal entitlements of women under the Constitution. In his judgment, he highlighted that the individual right to the freedom of religion was not intended to prevail over, but was subject to the overriding constitutional postulates of equality, liberty, and personal freedoms. Dude, this is considered controversial in America today, recognized by the other provisions of Part 3. Notions of purity and pollution, which stigmatize individuals, have no place in a constitutional order. He wanted to make it so adultery wasn't illegal. Yeah. Affirmed sexual harassment at the workplace violates the fundamental rights of women guaranteed under the Indian Constitution. This guy's fucking banging it. Intersectional violence. Promoting environmental law. He's like everything. Jesus. Labor. Woo! Wait, why should adultery not be illegal? Because fucking someone who's not your wife is a personal problem, not something the state should arrest you for? What do you mean? Yeah, DM, they did. They're doing a poll for it now. Even Mr. Beast has done dick riding Elon. That's how you know Elon's done for. God damn. Imagine falling out of the grace of Mr. Beast's innate dick riding tendencies. I'll take a look, Skynet. Yeah. Kitty cat. Meow. It transcends class. So cringe that it actually breaks the Marxian analysis of class collaboration. Insane. Or of class awareness. Our nation under guns. I don't want to do a Second Amendment thing today, I don't think. Okay, close that. Are we done? Are we done? Did we do that? Okay, we can do that. Close that. Close this. Should Snoop Dogg run Twitter? Probably, yes. Legit would probably be pretty funny. Musk posted another poll. Oh no, what this time? Oh wait, no, by posted another poll, I assume you meant now. The last one he posted was hours ago, and we looked at it. True, Flavier. Snoop is a crypto bro, so maybe actually not. Maybe. I don't think he's an evangelist for them, though. I think that Snoop just likes the funny monkey guy. Have you seen Elon's mom commenting on this? Yes, I saw. Okay, stop linking me things. Holy shit, I'm like a fucking budgerigar. Okay, I get distracted very easily. Have some respect. Yeah, he's a spiritual hustler. In 40 minutes, I think I have an interview, actually. Yeah, we have 2 conversations today. In 40 minutes, I have an interview. That's at 8 p.m. And at 9 p.m., I'm talking with a Chinese leftist about China's lockdowns, and the insane shit that's been going over there. It's been very wacky over there, I've heard. I kind of want to hear about it. Let me make sure that that's confirmed really quick. Sam, fuck it up. God damn it, boring politics. Oh, suck it up. Okay. Works for me. I would like to... Got that. No, Annie, we'll have to put them back for a little while. Always people to talk to. There we go. All right, let me catch up on donuts before we do that. Silver Kicks, thanks to $5. Happy to keep everyone entertained in rough weeks. Sake with the two $10 donos. What's the fusion of Pokemon Smasher Pass and FNAF jump scares? The closest we get to that is the jump scare when we switched from the 2D art in the Pokemon Smash and Pass for the most recent generation to the 3D art, because that scared me every time. Uber with the $5. Did you see Zan's pet lib thinks you're a pedo because of your My Anime list? You made the classic mistake of watching Slice of Life. Oh, I saw that. There was this weird... I heard about this after. I heard about this from, like, Demon Mama when I was shooting with her. But, like, there's this guy who made... There's this guy who made a YouTube video where he was like, big secrets unveiled. Big news, everybody! You're not gonna believe this. Your favorite YouTuber, Vosh, is a pedophile. Look! And then it was, like, my anime list. And I think like No Game No Life was in the to watch list or something, or like I had seen Neon Genesis Evangelion or something like that. Was that it, Posadas John? I don't know. It seemed like a giant clout shark to me. Is No Game No Life pedo? I don't. Isn't it like got a weird younger... I don't know. I haven't updated the My Anime list in years. A lot of that stuff I added back when I was like in college or even earlier. He cited Fooly Cooly and Beastars, called Beastars an underage bestiality anime. True! You got... That's true, though. Got me on that one. Yeah. That is very true. I need to see this. The thing. Oh yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Beastars is the 3D anime of a bunch of furries who are all 9 heads tall. I Beastars is incredible because everybody in the show is in a heterosexual relationship, but it's exclusively liked by homosexuals. It's genuinely remarkable. I have never seen it's like Oran High School Host Club in terms of its like ratio of in-universe heterosexuality to out-of-universe homosexuality. It's incredible. It's truly remarkable. The deer's gay as fuck. Yeah, well, probably. Check out the tags he put on the... Holy shit! Me when I out Vosh for watching Fooly Cooly, the anime he said 40,000 times is his favorite anime. Vosh Destiny, Stephen Bennell, VGG, DGG, Andrew Laundry, Old Man Laundry, Vosh Pit, Hey It's Fadim, Lonerbox, Sanderhall, MSNBC Live, Demon Mama, Papa Gut, DGG, Mr. Girl, Chudlodge, Akeem Rose Rose, Not So Erudite, Keffels, Lex Friedman, Merrick DeVille, Not So Erudite, Penguin Zero, President Sunday, Richard Spencer, Some Ordinary Gamers, Donald Trump, Anxiety, Hasanabe Reacts, Kanye West, Moist Critical, Mr. Girl News, Philosophy, Therapy, Trans Twitch, TYT. Fucking got him. They're all on it now. They're tagged. That means that they're in on it. What are these tags? It means they're all in. He's summoned the Avengers. Just typing out whatever the voices say. Yeah. Have you been interviewed by MSNBC yet? Nah, we'll get there one day. We can get them canceled for having me on by association. Yeah, where's Yi? Why is Yi not here? What the fuck? Even the comments in his own video were defending you and your choices. Yeah, I saw the comments for it, like, super quick. They're all defending me. I'm not used to that. Usually at least some people are attacking me. Excuse me. The only sussy thing on the list was Dragon Maid. You already said it was sussy a few months ago. Yeah, I couldn't fucking believe it. The fucking Dragon Maid's got some weird ass shit, which is kind of frustrating because it starts out really cute and inoffensive, you know? Well, you know that meme where it's like this week the writer's barely disguised fetish? You've seen that meme where it's like the old sitcom with the text appearing over the like a police story or something? The first 3 episodes or 4 or something, I don't know. The first like while in Dragon Maid is basically like a really cute slice of life with like a business lady and a dragon girlfriend who's obsessively into her, which is great, right? And then I guess at like episode 4 or 5, well, it's a manga originally, so whatever the corresponding like chapter in the manga would have been, the writer cranks the "by the way, I'm a pedophile" switch, which is a switch that all manga authors actually have like built into their writing desks, like a giant like the switch that you pull when you're Dr. Frankenstein, you know, like the Igor switch with the like the old like power brake switches. It's one of those. It's just labeled like Lolicon, and he just fucking just slammed that shit down. Yeah. Even the maker of Berserk? No, I don't think no, I don't think he was a pedophile. He was pedojacking a lot of trans girls who were defending anime on Twitter. Look, it's just clout sharky stuff. It's funny how insane it is, but I don't think we should give it too much attention because it's like obviously really dumb. Oh no, it was in Miura had access to the lever, he just never pulled it. Yeah, people visiting Miura's desk, you know, where he does all the Berserk art, and they see that his Lolicon death switch just has a bunch of like drawings of guts looking really badass taped to it. They're like they're like written on like a kitchen or no like a grocery market ingredients list, kind of like, you know, hand notebook, like crudely sketching guts being like big and muscular and stuff and then taping it up there. Yeah, do it for him, exactly. Cocktail napkins with Sharpies, you know. Very good stuff. Dino Man, I sent to you over email that there was another person that had to be on first because they've been trying to contact me for like 2 years. Think it's the same for Araki. The Lolicon Switch is on every mangaka's desk. It has to be, otherwise there wouldn't be so many mangas that get pedophilic. It's just some people have the willpower to hold off, you know? Yeah, there's also the pervert lever, which can be okay. Shonen Jump author was suspended for kidnapping a middle school girl. Suspended? What the fuck? And the manga is called Act Age? Are you fucking kidding me? 29-year-old Act Age author Tatsuya Matsuki has been arrested for allegedly committing an indecent act on a teenage girl. Act Age? Bro, why don't you act your age? Go after adults. What the fuck? God damn, dude. You had a Shonen Jump slot? You ruined that? Okay. He's been arrested, and that his alleged victims are between the ages of 10 and 17. Oh, he was a serial... Okay. Oh, there you go. Every mangaka. Yeah, that was actually the least predatory mangaka, if you can believe it. Bosh, you know we make these jokes, but the thing is that most mangaka are women. So, yeah, it's true. There are a lot of female mangakas. Though, keep in mind, that doesn't keep them from being pedos. You know, Shota shit is also all over the fucking place in the medium. That's not... That doesn't totally exonerate them at all. Yeah, there are lots of female mangaka who are all pedos as well. Um, even FMA's author? No, not FMA's author. I forget her name, but the author of Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood is good. Was it the mangaka of Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood who did the story of the girl who every time she got flustered, she got a really bad nosebleed? Was that the mangaka of Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood or the mangaka of Beastars? It was one of the two who did a short manga on the lady with the nosebleed, which I remember reading a while ago and I thought it was quite cute. It was the FMA first, I think. Sorry. FMAB manga girl nosebleed love. No, this isn't. No. Percentage of mangaka that are pedos? 90%. Wait, hold on. Hiromu Arakawa nosebleed. What are we talking about? Don't worry about it. I don't. No, I don't know what this is. Was it the Beastars mangaka? Wait, it was the Beastars mangaka. Not FMAB. What are you guys talking about? Why are we doing this? It was the Beastars person. I just remember liking it because I thought that it had pretty odd art. Because the person who drew the Beastars artist draws a lot of wacky stuff, but I hadn't seen them draw humans. You could even see that they draw their humans in more like weird animalistic ways. I thought it was cute. Her father made Baki? Wait. The person who made Beastars' dad made Baki? Is that true? Her dad drew Baki? What the fuck? That's true? Oh. It's like a fucking dynasty. Jesus. Isn't it funny that the Baki is the most heterosexual manga ever made, and then their daughter would go on to make Beastars the most homosexual manga ever made? This is Baki. No woman can look at this. Women can't perceive this image. This is just not what they like to look at, okay? This is entirely for 13-year-old boys with very strange attitudes towards their own masculinity. And then you have Beastars. Which is very gay, despite only having straight. Here's a dear dad. Do you see now how it's homosexual? You understand now, don't you? You understand. They all get it. Why are we doing this? Why are we talking about this? Thank you, Ken Monka. Okay, sorry. Gone Invalid, thank you for the $5. The Sinister Purpoi, thank you for the $2. Carson Harvey with the $5. Thank you very, very much. Not reading is literally the theme of a Hammer and Bolter episode. Dude gets tempted into reading, gets turned to psychic soup. That's what I'm telling you. So show the scene between Legoshi and Louis. No. We don't want to rile the audience up too much. Can I get illuminated in why it's gay? Look, why is there food on my fucking iPhone adapter? What is this? What, pink gum? What is this? Just look at the images, I guess. My cats do something. Show the scene. I'm not showing the scene. Ray Strick, thank you for the $5 and $2 both. Really appreciate that. Sternium, thank you for the $5. Just found out an upcoming Hearts of Iron 4 mod, Twilight of the Anthropocene. Plans to put you as a possible leader of Antifa Cascadia in a 2ACW. Would you play your path? No, you are not going to get me to play Hearts of Iron 4, even if I'm the person I'm playing as, tempting as that is, but thank you. I hope other people will enjoy playing as me. I hope that my perks are all appropriate. Vosh leader perk. Female citizens give birth earlier. I don't know what fucking meme. Single men with pets don't experience loneliness. I don't know. However you translate the pedo bestiality thing to a Hearts of Iron 4 joke. Yeah, cavalry buff. There we go. Thank you. I'm lost. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Ophelia 69, thank you, and Joy Pathfinder. Squash, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thanks for the Evangelion recommendation. I never watched anime before, but I watched it, and I think it's one of the best things I've ever watched. Yes. Anime is very weird. There are a lot of peculiarities of the medium that I don't much like, but every once in a while a real gem comes out. Glad you liked it. Tomasin, thanks for the tier 1 sub. A Space Whale, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Auntie Pixel, thanks for the 20 bucks. This is from 2 days ago, but they say, love what you're doing, but can't watch much. Bad for mental health. Wish I could do more to support. You've done more than enough just by watching. The $20 is an unnecessary but highly appreciated bonus. Don't worry if you want to take a break, okay? I totally get it. Rian F, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I will not play Dwarf Fortress. It is not for me. Zan, I want to play your Christmas Minecraft server. Yeah, I want to, for sure. I want to dip in and make like an autism cube. Fail Sans, thanks for the $2. No. Sop Top with the 5 Australian. Thank you very much. I don't think the Witcher series was awful. I just think it could have been a lot more. Conciliator, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I really, really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Rasputis with the $3 says pee pee poo poo dinkle doo doo. It is known. Eyes TNSG, thank you for the $5. 03 or Brotherhood? 03 or Brotherhood. What is this referring to? Is this FMA. I've only seen Brotherhood, and I liked it a lot. I can't imagine enjoying 03 more than that. But maybe. I haven't seen it. Little Conga, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. Voshader, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Voshader here with a new name check of the YouTube the same name. I love Baki, and I'm reading Berserk now on the channel, also covering Elon Els. Oh, you're promoting yourself. Wait, are you promoting yourself with a channel that is named after me? Are you, is it? Uh-huh. I forgot to change my name. Oh, Psycho, is it you? I was gonna change it before saying. You didn't change your name before sending the message? All right, Psycho. That makes a lot more sense. You fucking. All right. I hate it when people advertise in my channel, but you know, a meme is a meme is a meme. I see a Psycho 3294. You should probably link it though. Ban all advertisers. Yeah, true. Elon had the right idea. You should probably link it. Psycho. I haven't seen it besides. Sake with the $10. Evangelion was pretty good. Who doesn't want to get in the giant mommy mecha? Whoa, spoilers! Charlotte with the $5. Goofball baby. Ooh. Ooh. Baby. Alien. And 2D Sicky with the $5. Check these out. I'm afraid that your New Vegas Nexus mod link does not work. All right, lads, we caught up. If you can believe it, we actually managed to catch up midstream. 15 minutes till we have our talk. Let me confirm that they've sent me another friend request as I requested. Yes, that's it. Okay, we'll talk at 15. I completely forget what the interview is about, so you're all just going to have to suffer with me. It's 2 links, just separate them. I'm not doing any work. Link worked for me. Ah, there it is. Thank you. Nothing but the most flattering depictions. No, that's the next one, RX Replicate. The China lockdowns one is the second conversation that we're having at 8. Or sorry, at 9. The one at 8 here is about something different. Oh my goodness. Has Elon done anything particularly disgraceful in the past, like, I don't know, 15 minutes? Just catch up. Gotta keep an eye on him. Oh my god, excuse me, sorry. I ate a ton of food right before stream. Oh my god. I'm dying over here. Labor being anti-labor. What the fuck? Labor confirms they support the government in bringing in the army to break strikes. Well, I guess technically being called the Labor Party doesn't mean you're pro-labor, right? You could be anti-labor. Oh yeah, well, labor. Yeah, we're the anti-labor party, of course. Oh my god.
Being brought into. So on the issue of the army being brought in the interim period, do you support them being brought in to cover emergency services?
Well, we're left with no choice. And so, yes, we do support that.
So on the issue of the army being brought in the interim period, do you support?
Cool. That's great. Yeah, they're pro-labor, as in they're pro-you laboring. Yeah. Oh, pro-labor? Yeah, of course. Get back to work. Britain's now the country in the West with the most revolutionary potential, Amau. There have been a lot of strikes over there. Maybe we're going to get, like, the synthesis of different, like, agitative groups, and we're going to have communism, except with turfist characteristics, you know? We're going to get the pro like union labor guys and the turfs that are going to form some kind of like crazy intersectional, you know what I mean? And you'll have a bunch of like, it'll basically be like a return to of like Stalinist propaganda posters, except the kicker for all of them is going to be like a reaffirmation of biological gender roles or something. You know what I mean? So it'll be like this, except the tagline will be in English, you know, like, only male biology can handle the harsh irradiation of space. Or like it'll be a man and a woman holding up a hammer and a sickle, and the caption will be like, equality with everyone in their place. I don't know. We have to find like the perfect intersection. Cuntinism? Yeah, of course. USSR feminist propaganda posters. Yeah, I can totally see it. I can totally fucking see it, dude. Yeah. It's shit like this, like for the revolution, you know? It's like, women, the only shafts in your, that you own should be in your gun closet or something. I don't fucking know. Just think of a pun. Like, I don't know. Socialism with turfist characteristics. You get the bit, okay? Hey, I love Root and Toot and Logical Pretzel. Yeah, the UK Labour Party. I can't, man. Truly wild. Have the energy prices gone down at all in England? Like, the cost of gas over here in America has gone down a good bit. Has there been any, retraction on that or any like constriction? So, energy prices UK. Where are they at right now? Sometimes I get where Sean's coming from. Oh, Annie, on an emotional level, I'm a Bernier buster, okay? Emotionally, my mind is with the anti-electoralists, okay? No, I should say, listen, my heart is anti-electoral, okay? My mind is pragmatic. Counterpoint? Ah, yeah, possibly Posadist. Wait, did you make this with the fake Russian Cyrillic and everything? That doesn't mean anything? Take up your rifles? You made that. That's a very impressive turnaround. Yes? God damn, Posadishan, you work quickly. Holy shit. Here's a small breakdown of all the strikes happening in the UK this month.
Everyone-
Whoa. Pig news. TLDR news, in fact.
In Britain is striking this December. On the rails, we've got a week of striking in the middle of the month, with Eurostar's strikes then popping up towards the end of the month. Then nurses are striking on the 15th and 20th, and ambulance drivers also striking at some point during the month. The roads aren't clear either, with staggered strikes taking place across the country, even running into the new year. Air travel is also affected, with baggage handler strikes impacting these airlines.
Holy shit, it's practically
So Texas.
Oh!
Everyone
It's practically a fucking general strike. Is there not a way to skip ahead?
in Britain is striking
God damn it, there's no way to skip ahead.
this December.
Whatever, play it out. Nope, you're fucked. That's so annoying. They should fix that. Dude, it's like a staggered general strike, man. Holy shit. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, the Labor Party's got to send in the military to kill all the nurses who are striking or whatever. All of this around Christmas, too. That's gonna hurt.
And 18th. The Royal Mail are also striking throughout the month, as are bus drivers in London and Sunderland. Some university staff are also striking on the 17th and 15th, with teachers in Scotland also set to strike on the 7th and 8th. There are also strikes scheduled or pending for firefighters, civil servants, driving examiners, food delivery drivers, brewers, onion picklers, and coffin makers.
Onion picklers and coffin makers. Okay.
Are you on the strikers' side?
Yes. Impressive. Now it's a rail strike. Shouldn't that redone poster be trans workers or trans workers? Possibly. I wonder if we're going to get our glorious illegal U.S. rail strike. God willing, the Biden admin can't shut them down. The onion picklers. Hey, but if you ever find yourself on the opposite end of the onion picklers, that's not good. AI is getting mad spooky. Image generating AI can texture an entire 3D scene in Blender. Cool. Dude, I fucking hate the I hate the I hate AI art so fucking much. I hate it so much. Oh my god. The infuriating thing, and there are people in my chat who are like this, and I don't want to have this argument again, but there are a lot of people who don't really seem to understand how art is made. They don't understand, like, why good pieces of art are good. I think they think of, like... I think they would take a look at something culturally relevant and masterful. Like, I don't know if you go back a bit, like Blade Runner or, like, Back to the Future or whatever, and they think of it as a set of, like, distinct elements that could be done sort of procedurally with AI, you know, like, and then you just get some actors or whatever. I don't think people understand, like, there's no such thing as objectively better or worse art. We're kind of dealing within, like, an intersubjective framework. And as long as we're doing this within an intersubjective framework, you have to understand that people are going to value what humans can produce far more than this shit. I don't think they really get it. I don't know if they... Like, let me put it this way. You know how there have been filters that you can use to turn any image into a pencil drawing for a long time now? They're pretty good, too. Like for years, like before even this stable generation or whatever, you can take an image and it's just like, oh yeah, it's like I drew it, you know? And remember how for a very small, like for a very short length of time, there were people talking about whether or not there'd be any value in using pencil drawings anymore because you could just take an image and... Tell me, did pencil drawings go away after that? No. Because nobody gives a shit. Nobody actually likes stuff made by AI except for an incredibly small niche group of virgins and losers, okay? Okay, wait, I'll try to be more charitable. Let me phrase this more charitably, okay? AI art can be cool in its own context. I don't mind AI art when I'm just looking at it in its own framework. The thing that bothers me is when people pretend that AI art is the same as a human making that art, even if the outcome is identical. There are people in chat that don't even seem to get this, which is really, really weird. Like, they don't seem to understand the difference between, like, a human doing something and a machine sort of, like, randomly number crunching its way towards an outcome. Oh god, are we doing the AI thing again? We're gonna keep having to do it as long as it's socially relevant. I genuinely don't. Then you're insane. I think you're insane if you feel that way, personally. I've been reading Hideo Kojima's The Creative Gene. It's so refreshing because it's all about how art serves a genuine connection between humans. Yeah, it's communication, exactly. Literally, like, it's not about the outcome, always. Like, if you had a convo with an AI chatbot and you had a 5-minute convo and then you set it down and you never pick it back up again, if you had that same convo with a random human over Discord and then again, never interacted with it again, I hope everyone would understand that there's a meaningful difference in the latter. The latter is better because you've interacted with an actual human as opposed to just like you can't reduce art to the pure experience of like consuming the empirical product in a contextless fashion because it's given meaning and emphasis by the weight that humans put into it, you know? Or let me put it another way. Remember how earlier in the in the stream we talked about how Christopher Lee had a little autism moment on the set of Lord of the Rings and talked about how his experience in World War II informed him on how a person would actually sound if they were stabbed in the back, you know? Imagine like an AI art generator making Lord of the Rings and then making that behind the scenes. Like, would that mean anything to you? Like, just computer crunching ones and zeros after being fed a bunch of behind-the-scenes info and some basic demographic info on the fake constructed humans that it used for its performance? You would just be reading ones and zeros sort of like splashed across a video. It wouldn't really mean anything apart from an algorithm found that humans like this. You can't tell stories about it. There's no narrative. Isn't one of the best parts of art being able to narrativize it? Like, isn't that what people like doing about TV shows? Like, season by season, episode by episode, you try to interpret meaning. You figure, like, it's given meaning beyond just what happens on screen. It's about an interplay, a communication, the behavior and the performance of actors, the interest and creative drive, the visionary directing. It goes beyond just what it is. It goes to the meaning of what's being said. I think everyone gets this on a fundamental level, right? Like, I think everyone understands this because if they didn't, they would believe there is literally no difference between like a real life and like a holodeck life where you don't actually interact with any other humans. To me, it's a very lonely way of thinking, you know? Like, oh, well, in one life, I have a wife who I love, and in the other life, I have an AI force field hologram construct. But both of them make me pancakes in the morning, so whatever. It's exactly the same. To me, that's a very weird, like not weird, like wrong, horrible way of thinking about things. No, Inchy Worm, it has nothing to do with consequentialism. The context added by human communication is a factor in the consequentialist assessment. Also, consequentialism is about ethical assessments, not about like the experiential value of art. What's the difference between randomly generated levels and AI generated levels? Because AI generated levels are doing so using systems that weren't constructed by humans, whereas randomly generated levels use procedural generation like algorithms that are designed and tuned by humans. Humans have control over the random level generation and therefore can tween and construct them to give a set range of outcomes. The AI generated levels are just like you get a million permutations until something works. What happens when we get true AI that's actually sentient? If it's actually sentient, then it becomes communication again. This reminds me of the reaction kids have to The Matrix now. A lot of them are told the premise is Neo wants to find out what's real, and they respond, who cares? Keanu talks about it in an interview. Yeah, an additional point worth noting is that even in The Matrix, the other people you interact with are actually humans. That's another thing. The Matrix is not real in the sense that the environment is constructed, but you are interacting with other living things. The feelings that people in The Matrix have are as real, sincere as the feelings that one would have out in Zion or whatever. They're just in the box. The perception is warped, but they're not like AI bots or whatever. Wait, I don't think there's much of a difference, Vosh. The AI can be given parameters to operate in order to what is effectively the same as your description of randomly generated levels. That it's not using the same kind of like AI that we're talking. AI has a million meanings. I'm talking about this shit where you just put like search terms into a box and then it like makes a million versions of the painting you're trying to steal until you find one that you like. If you're by AI, we mean any kind of algorithm, then like obviously there's a huge range. I'm just talking about communication. But AI art in the diffusion, like Google terms punched in version, that's not communication. I just don't believe it is. It is as much communicate, like it's not. It's literally like, here's some Google search terms, here's like the thing I'm yoinking. It's not, you're not meaningfully communicating your intent because you didn't really have intent in the construction of the image. You just pulled together, you synthesized info until you arrived at something. It's not a product of your individual like creative vision. Is it stealing when musicians use samples? Past a point, yeah, that can be stealing. But another important thing is that sampling in music doesn't obfuscate its original origin. For instance, if you have like an iconic song being sampled in a track, you can still refer to that. Context isn't destroyed. However, that's not the case with AI art generation. AI art people, those stable diffusion people, despise the artist they're stealing from. They make no effort whatsoever to attribute anything to them because they're social nitwits. They have no understanding of what they're doing. They have contempt for art and for artists. And the only reason their AIs work to begin with is because they have art to steal. People who sample tracks in their music, like actual other songs, tend to pull from that in like a respectful way, or at least like you know what they're pulling from. That's just not applicable here. AI making art assets is like having a factory make the food we eat. We don't care if you don't directly observe it. What? Eating food and consuming art aren't the same thing. Art is about experience and communication. Food is about getting a food. The context isn't what gives food meaning. It's satiation is and taste and stuff. Food's also about experience. Yeah, but not about communication. It can be, depending on the context. Like, hey, don't meals taste better when they're made by someone who loves you? Right? But I don't think it's a fundamental part of it. You can get like value out of food that I think everyone can appreciate. Purely for like in its mechanical function. I mean, we literally need it to live. Now, I completely agree, DM. Yeah, exactly, Flavier. It's very... Hold on, it's we started the fucking thing again. Hold on, it's time. It freaks me out that there are so many people in chat who just do not understand this. Like, you guys would be fucked if you ever lived in the world you think you want to exist in. Every piece of art that Stable Diffusion steals from to make its products wouldn't exist. If you deferred everything to AI art, there would be nothing. It would just be homogeneous gray blobs that get fed an infinite amount of data, but the data they're being fed isn't itself worthwhile because they're feeding off themselves. Like, you would be listening to AI art produced by feeding it AI art, which was produced by feeding it AI art, which was produced by feeding it AI art. There would be nothing. Nothing would mean anything. The only things that you would consume culturally would just be like gray goo. You would just have just an infinitely recursive blob of trending culture product moved through and forward. The only thing worthwhile here is the stuff that approximates human behavior, and the human behavior itself will always be the most valuable. So to whatever extent AI art damages or destroys or threatens actual artistic production, that is an actual threat to like the fundamentals, you know? You have no clue how to generate AI models work. I know. Tech people believe that they can solve this fundamental problem. Like, you don't know the exact technology, bro. Which proves the point. You know what I mean? Like, they think there's like a technical hook or like a workaround. Like, oh yeah, well, you don't know the exact details of this tech, so don't like enjoy the gray goo fucking culture apocalypse. Okay, wait, sorry. They've been in call for like a minute. Hello.
Hello.
I made the mistake of talking about AI art again. The same thing happens every time.
No, you're good. Question. Chat GPT. Speaking of AI art, what are your thoughts on that one?
What is that?
Do you not know it?
I know about
GPT?
chat.
Oh, wow. Okay. It's the new AI text
Is it a chat
generator.
bot or does it make like writing
Chat.
prompts?
It's a chatbot that can do basically anything.
I think these things are fun as novelties, like in their own category. The problem that I have is when they start threatening like actual art or actual like production or communication. So I don't mind chatbots. I would mind it if something that already exists starts happening. When you have like online help services that are supposed to give you a text like window with a real human and then a bot answers. Like that's what these idiots in chat don't understand they're pushing for. An entire world where every time you like want tech support, um and you open up a text like a chat a help chat on like a website, you don't know whether a human is on the other side or not, or if like increasingly as text like chatbots get better and better, they get better and better at like fooling people who are like, "Oh, you really a bot?" And then the bot like responds, "No, I'm not. Don't be silly. Haha, how can I help you?" But you're not really talking to a human. Yeah. So if it's in its own category, if it's a distinct, recognizable like AI thing, I'm fine with it. But if it starts muscling in on what's supposed to be actual human communicative behavior, that's where I take issue.
It's muscling in, yes.
Yeah.
But imagine you can delve into that later and figure it out more.
There are people in chat who are defending the bot thing right now. Holy shit. If you guys had a tech problem that could be solved with a bot, you could have solved it through a fucking website Q&A. What tech problems are you having that you need to go to a website, then a text chatbot for that couldn't have been solved by thumbing through the manual? Every time I've ever gone to a company for help in one of their products, it's because of some insane niche thing that I need to spend 7 hours talking to bots before I can get to a human who can almost instantly solve it because they're a human being. I have no idea what you guys are up to. Oh my god, I'm sorry. We only have an hour for the talk. I'm being super selfish. Hit me up. What's your name?
Okay, hello. My name is Zach Littlejohn. I'll give the quick one. So I'm an anthro student at Hamilton College. In the past, I've worked on political rhetoric and contemporary medium, and I'm currently working on my undergrad thesis, which is an examination of the online left. So that is looking at the online left as a distinct community with various internal structures and groups and subgroups. And for this project, what I'm doing is I'm identifying the various subgroups and communities, their ideology, values, their rhetoric, their goals, and how all those elements influence perception and interaction with other subgroups, and how that overall structures the community and influences its function and its goals. So you, as a content creator within this overall community, are both a bit of a representative as well as an influencer for a certain subsect of it. And because of that, your values, rhetoric, how you interact, how you perceive other people, other groups, all that kind of stuff is essentially a piece of the overall puzzle. So that is what this project is looking at. Real quick, do I have your permission to record this?
Yeah, go for it. I mean, we're live on my end, so it already is being recorded.
Yeah, that's for legal requirements.
Right.
Okay, so before we get started, do you have any questions for me?
No, not at all.
Okay. So I have several base questions and then some more specific questions. However, they overlap. You answer one or the other, it doesn't matter. So let's kind of move forward. So beginning off very simple, how would you describe your political ideology?
Libertarian socialist.
Okay. And then what would you say some of the most important values of this ideology?
Well, I would say it's principally about human freedom. The idea would be that you use democratic political superstructures as a way of ensuring that people have the greatest amount of control over the systems they live in, as long as that control doesn't allow them the ability to hurt other people.
Okay. There's going to be a bit of jumping from topic to topic, only because we're doing the bridge version here. So then moving along to your platform, what was the motivation behind creating your platform and producing the content that you do?
Well, I think live streaming is a lot of fun. I initially got into it more as a curiosity after graduating from university. It's entertaining. It's obviously very profitable, of course. And that always helps when you're trying to find a career. And I believe very much in the message that I spread, even when I'm arguing fervently with my community. So I would say that it's about as fulfilling as a job can reasonably get.
Mhm. So then with your platform, what are your goals for it? What do you hope to achieve by producing this content that you do?
I'll move people over to my way of thinking and my positions, or at the very least to make them more sympathetic to those positions. Additionally, I do like it when numbers go up. However many viewers I have, subscribers, donations, those are always nice going up. I don't see any harm in them going up, at least not past a ridiculous point. Doing as well as I can in that field while being authentic to my values and allowing myself to express my, I guess my idiosyncrasies without any issue. There are people much more capable of treating this like a business, but I don't, and I have more fun that way.
Okay, so then actually with that, I'll take a slight turn and discuss a bit about the platform you use, the medium, which is streaming. So in previous interviews that I've done, as well as kind of observing general discourse, I've noticed a trend or pattern that streamers in general often receive quite a lot of criticism, whether it's saying they're grifters, that they desire only gossip or drama, or the kind of, it's more kind of a personality for politics. With Gardner's criticisms, do you suppose that this is why do you suppose that this particular medium, streamers, tend to receive this type of criticism?
Well, it's ubiquitously the case. If in the age of the internet, if somebody wants to know something, all they have to do is search it. All the information in the world is available to us, with the exception of some really niche stuff. The job of content creators, especially people who do politics, is not to deliver that information in and of itself, because again, they could find it if they wanted to. It's about how you deliver that info. If you make it interesting or fun, you can deliver information in ways that people wouldn't otherwise really care to listen to. That's the whole point of news broadcasts, for example. Traditional news stations like CNN or MSNBC try to keep people hooked in on them watching the news with, charismatic broadcasters and big fancy graphics and intelligent structuring of the stories they deliver. For content creators online, including myself, it can often be more about style or humor or whatever. But the personality is a selling point no matter what. The only way to get personality-free information is, even to an extent, the writing of a Wikipedia article conveys some intent on the part of the person who wrote it. But if you want, you can do independent research. I think people come here for the personality primarily. The question is, how responsibly does the content creator use that?
And would you say that for streamers, the personality plays a slightly bigger role, or perhaps a different role than, say, video essayists?
Well, it definitely, I think it's amplified here because of the parasociality. Since a live streamer can directly interact with their community and chat while they live stream, there's the ability to reach them, which was never the case before with even regular YouTube video makers, but also people who do television shows or anchor broadcasts. The only way to involve yourself personally in a live broadcast before would be to show up at a news station and start throwing rocks at the windows inside the production set, which they don't appreciate. So this is definitely easier.
So, with that, do you suppose that there are any problems specific to this medium because of that fact, because of that dynamic between the creator and the audience?
Well, yeah, it's an exacerbation of existing trends. So I think that every criticism you can make of live streaming here would apply to some extent to other kinds of media, but it is an issue. Parasociality can, there are sort of mentally or socially weak people who can, kind of be lured in by live streamers. There's a greater potential for abuse there. But that is, I think that's not really necessarily unique to the medium. It's just something that can be a bit more visible when you're dealing with live interpersonal contact between content creator and viewer. Obviously, people have to be responsible with that. It can also, blow back and do more damage to the content creator as well. Live streaming is generally a very easy job, I think, but in some specific and very unique to the medium ways, it is very difficult. So people have to be careful with that too.
So then, continuing on with the criticisms, we're going to move on to more specifically you, because you are a common target of them for a variety of reasons. So then first off, why do you believe that you are the target of so much criticism so often? And in general, what are your feelings about it?
Criticism? Me? I have no idea what you mean.
Of course,
You mean just for being a live streamer or for me being me?
we're going to go for you being you, whether that is your politics, your personality, your platform.
Well, at the risk of, lip balm ran out. At the risk of, jerking myself off so hard that I break my arm, I'm not very group thinky, in the sense that, like, and this is just a good business strategy, by the way. I'm not knocking people who do this necessarily, but I'm not very good at holding my tongue and not getting into fights because it would be sort of politically expedient to me to avoid doing that. So I've gotten into plenty of arguments with the rest of the online left. The biggest departure that I had with the rest of the online left in a lot of ways was me insisting that we continue to support Joe Biden after Bernie Sanders dropped out of the 2020 Democratic primaries. A decision which was as close as you can get objectively correct, for achieving or left-leaning goals, or at least preventing further right-leaning goals from being accomplished. But unfortunately, not everyone saw eye to eye with me. I'm also a generally combative person. I also think that the online left has kind of an aesthetic bias towards certain types of content production. And because I'm sort of like a loud, big, aggressive guy, I fit outside of that range, which makes me more appealing to some people who would otherwise feel ostracized from the left. But, I think it makes some people uncomfortable. Oftentimes when people criticize me, I feel like they're criticizing a kind of imagined version of me that has no relation to what I actually say or do or act like. But it's constructed from kind of like an image of me they might have, that they might be more inclined to be uncharitable towards.
And what image of you is that?
Oh, just as like a big, angry, like misogynist gamer debate bro guy, right? Even if you take a lot of these terms in isolation, outside of misogynist, which is a bad thing to be, you say something like gamer or debate bro or like a big guy. There are connotations there. A lot of online left-leaning political messaging is very aesthetically geared towards people who are already left-leaning. A good example of this might be the fact that there are so many left-leaning content creators who are like trans or otherwise queer people with soft, like bisexual lighting behind them, who use academic progressive terminology to discuss ideas that, let's be real, 95% of Americans don't have much of an interest in or know very much about. There's nothing wrong with those types of videos, by the way. I've enjoyed tons of them. But it doesn't do much to reach outside the aisle. And I think that so much of the discomfort towards me is a discomfort really with diversity of tactics. The idea that behaving in different ways, trying to reach different audiences, hit different aesthetic keynotes can be a good way of reaching people who might otherwise kind of block you together and not listen to you.
So then, if you deviate from other people in terms of who they're trying to reach, what they are trying to say, who are the groups that you are trying to reach that they may be neglecting?
Well, I think the big weakness of the left, strategically over the past decade, I think, has been the idea that we're all fuddy-duddies. We're not capable of having fun. We're very morally Puritan. We'll call people out. We'll hold people to account. We're obsessed with constant internal critique. To an extent, these things are true, though not as much as people say, I think. I think it's an issue within the left, but there's still certainly plenty of ways to be a leftist and still be, like, irreverent or jokey, non-dogmatic, silly. One of the big advantages that the right has had over the past decade, at least online, is the idea that being conservative means freedom. You can make whatever jokes you want, and you will not be criticized for it. You do not have to improve as a person. That's kind of the selling point, right? Like, imagine you're a 14-year-old white boy in high school. I was once one of those. And you imagine some kind of personification of left and right messaging who each try to pull you in. And this kind of does happen online for a lot of young people. And for the right, it's just like, haha, look how epic we are. Look how edgy we are, owning these people. Aren't we smart? Aren't we cool? Aren't we funny? These, self-congratulatory motifs are really appealing to a lot of people who have insecurity issues. And then the left is all like, oh, there are so many problematic things you do, so many trends you contribute to. You're going to have to completely rebuild yourself. You're going to have to critique this, check your privilege, check that, and maybe you can be a good person. You have a lot to atone for. I don't think that's completely accurate for how the left behaves, but fuck, it feels like it sometimes. I think it's important to show that you can be kind of funny and irreverent, edgy, maybe a little problematic, and still be a left-leaning person, to still be a good person. And if you can show people that, I think you can show them that the left isn't a monolith and that there's value in listening to the ideas because they won't come at the cost of like total self-deprecation or like neutering, you know?
Mhm. So then, lighthearted, edgy, kind of not sacrificing fun, as you say, to what ends? What are your overall goals? What do you hope to achieve by having this personality, this persona, this platform, and bringing people over to the left?
Well, I don't hope to achieve anything by acting that way. That's just the way that I act. I did that before I streamed. It hasn't really changed. I just think that people like me tend to be kind of like on the periphery of the left, or we tend to move right, because we don't like being constantly criticized for behaviors that are aesthetically problematic, but not substantively so. But my hope is that if I can do this and be successful doing this, which clearly I am, at least to some extent, I can show there's a broader market and a broader audience. I just think that people will move towards ideologies and communities where they feel comfortable being themselves, and where they have a good time. Nobody wants to be a part of an ideology that means they'll be unhappy. That doesn't that's not a good hook under any circumstances, not even for political ideology. People don't make political choices based on some kind of like pure ethical evaluation of the world they live in. We're afflicted by a number of biases, and a lot of those will be biases of convenience. We will be more likely to favor ideologies that benefit us to begin with. It's one of the reasons why wealthy people are more likely to be in favor of stuff like austerity, lower taxes on businesses. It's not all just like, conniving Machiavellian internal politicking. A lot of them legitimately believe, now that they are wealthy and thus are exposed to information that is, in their cultural circle, they legitimately move towards those ideologies. It helps that they're to their benefit. Likewise, if it can be to the benefit of people to, move over to the left, which it certainly will seem so if they're not, kicked out for being kind of edgy, then they're more likely to move that way. And that's what I want to go for.
So then, um, real quickly finishing up this discussion of kind of criticisms, and then you can move on to another part. Any of these critiques against you, do you believe they may have merit, or they may be coming from a genuinely earnest place?
Oh, sure. I think I get a lot of bad faith criticism that I genuinely think is worth discarding. Like it's constructed either maliciously or off an image of me that just is not reality. But of course, I'm not perfect. There are plenty of legitimate criticisms. But it's worth noting that that question that you've asked me, or I guess the attitudes that lead towards people asking that themselves outside an interview format, is one of the things I'm talking about, right? People on the right don't really do this, like content creators on the right don't have this rigorous, like, well, you've listened to all this criticism and what do you think you can change about yourself, and how do people still bicker within the right, but there's not an expectation of continuous self-improvement to an imagined ideal. Self-improvement is good, don't get me wrong. We should listen to valid criticism. But past a certain point, when you receive a level of criticism that is unhelpful, unwarranted, or inaccurate, which I think I do, it becomes detrimental. It becomes more about like purity testing. So a lot of the criticism that I get, it's valid and appreciated. But I do think we should be careful about trying to push purity too far, because no human can hold up to a certain level of scrutiny. It's different level for every human, of course. But there is a limit for everyone. Nobody behaves perfectly ethically at all times. And if we're chasing people down that road too far, then it doesn't actually achieve anything outside of foster infighting and division.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then another quick shift, another turn in topics. This is kind of getting on a little bit of what you discussed for some infighting, for kind of some dogmatism within the left, as well as how you present yourself rhetorically and strategically. So, who do you identify as your ideological or strategic partners within the online left? That is, content creators, either ones you know personally or do not, or perhaps ideological communities who you feel you're allied with in pursuit of shared goals, or you have shared values, or who you feel are, you may disagree with a number of topics, but you feel like you are, essentially comrades, for lack of a better word.
Well, there are plenty of people who push in the same direction as me. Interpersonally, I get along with very few people for a variety of reasons. I always feel bad answering questions like these because I have a terrible memory and I'm afflicted by recency bias. When I think of people who I get along with, my two thoughts are Xanderhall and Demon Mama because both of them showed up in my chat this stream. I have a really bad memory. There are a lot of people who I get along with, at least relative to what I'm capable of remembering at any point in time. When asked on the spot, I'll just refer to the last people that I talked to. Um, there are plenty of people who I'm not directly friends with, though, who, push in the same direction, especially because I think the most important direction to push in right now is anti-fascism, which means that more and more so, like my talking points, it feels, are getting more popular within the liberal left. Of course, that's not them pulling from me. I just mean that if the broader position is one of anti-fascism, this is something that, a greater number of people can agree upon than if it were radical gender politics or communism or whatever.
Mm. So then, would you be able to identify a certain ideological community or sub-community within the online left that you might feel aligned with in terms of your anti-fascist goals, or in terms of your kind of radicalization, bringing people more left? Either people who are doing the same thing and pursuing the same goals, or who are part of one of those processes. For example, liberals, anarchists, Marxists, Leninists, so forth.
Well, definitely not Marxist-Leninists. That's for sure. Most of anarchist Twitter is fine, but anarchists are very culturally weak, with no exposure, basically. If people were to accept me as an anarchist, which is not the easiest pill for some people to swallow, I think, then I would be the largest anarchist content creator. Possibly in the English-speaking world, possibly in the world. The anarchists just aren't very numerous, I think. Outside of that, I mean, BreadTube is fine. I try to think of the internet less and less as a kind of set of communities because I don't think that's worked out very well for BreadTube, We still don't really have a collectively agreed upon term for the online left space. BreadTube doesn't seem very applicable anymore because, Sean and Contra don't really make videos that much, certainly not Contra. Lindsay Ellis left YouTube. H-Bomb makes videos on the Minecraft Roblox oof noise. A philosophy tube still kicking, Abigail's still kicking, but even then, it feels like everyone's kind of there's more value, I think, in thinking of people's individual spaces and then kind of like collective adjacent bubbles of shared interest. In terms of anti-fascism, pretty much everyone left of center is going to be on board with this. I think even most boilerplate MSNBC liberals are on board with referring to the GOP as fascist these days. So it's very nice to see that messaging spread. I wish it would spread more and faster, but we try to get what we can.
So then, actually, with that point you made on BreadTube, when you say BreadTube, what do you mean? How are you defining it?
Well, that's the problem. Nobody knows. Look, functionally, when people said BreadTube, I think they referred to a collection of maybe a dozen YouTubers who make video essays about being gay or about being trans or whatever. And that's BreadTube. Of course, the reason that term kicked off to begin with is because it was meant to idealize a sort of YouTube culture pushback from what was previously a very right-wing space. Back in 2017, when the major breadtubers really started posting and growing, it was the first time we'd seen a pushback against what was previously a Gamergate-infested shithell hub. But since then, the term has lost a lot of meaning. I find functionally the most prominent left-leaning content creators aren't people who talk politics exclusively. They are people who will talk about culture issues, pop culture stuff, human interest topics with a left-leaning spin. I always use this guy as an example, Curtis Connor. He's a TikToker, YouTuber, huge content creator. progressive bent to his videos, but he doesn't exclusively talk politics. In fact, he doesn't really talk politics, not directly. He won't talk about feminism. He'll talk about weird guys on TikTok being kind of weird about women, you know, like he won't talk about like the incel movement. He'll talk about, you know, what is with people in this dating advice, you know. It's a way of delivering the idea, the message, without alienating people by directly codifying your politics. I think that's a very smart way of getting people introduced to your ideology. It's not on the table for me, of course. I'm very explicit and I'll never change in that respect, but I'm glad other people are doing it. It's good. It's diversity of tactics.
So then, okay, do you believe that BreadTube is then serves a purpose of introduction to the left through discussion of social issues?
At this
Or
point,
is it
I don't think it serves any purpose, the term. I think it's
okay?
purely vestigial.
Okay. And I imagine you now, this is a funny little fact, you are included in the Wikipedia page for BreadTube.
Yeah, which is kind of weird because I had the least in common with the rest of the people there. I'm a left-leaning content creator, sure, but a lot of what defined BreadTube, as opposed to the much broader and much less used LeftTube, was the whole video essay, queer, soft child, post-Tumblr aesthetic, which I don't have, you know? I mean, I have colored lighting behind me, but apart from that, I don't really hit any of those points, I guess, except for being left-leaning. I don't mind being included in the block because I think it's kind of funny to see people argue over my inclusion. If it's worth anything, you know, the moderators over on the BreadTube subreddit have long since banned my videos from being posted there because it caused too much fighting. So whatever that might mean, you know, taxonomically, there you go.
They use not amazing picture for you either on Wikipedia.
Wait, the Wikipedia picture of me looks fantastic. Are you kidding me? Where I'm in the tank top?
I've said too much.
I chose that picture myself. The Wikipedia editor emailed me and they were like, "Hey, do you have a nice picture of yourself to use?" Which of course I don't. So I just went to a recent stream VOD and screenshotted this so the chat wasn't visible and gave them that.
Nice. Yes.
Sun's out, guns out. Also, you can just tell looking at this image that I really just don't aesthetically fit in with the BreadTube label at all.
So it's conscious then.
Well, I'm not that. I'm not a soft boy. I'm not a trans chick. I mean, I have bi lighting behind me, I guess, though it's more blue than pink. But no, it's just I'm just too edgy for the crowd. The thing that really bothers me, I'll use an example. I'll call someone out directly, someone who doesn't even like me. So it's drama, okay? Abigail Thorne, Philosophy Tube videos. Are they good? Yes. Kill James Bond podcast. Is it good? Yes. I've watched every episode. But
Yeah.
Abigail Thorne, you know, soft girl, doesn't seem to like me, whatever you do, beloved by a lot of breadtubers, you know, whatever. Edgy girl in her podcasts. And they'll be edgier during the Patreon only episodes, which, because I like the podcast, I've seen. And when I listen to that, you know, like all these leftists who are in with the more sensitive breadtube community, but are still edgy on their own time, I think, with respect, you motherfuckers. What the fuck? What? You know, like, okay, yeah, I know you're all like that. I'm like that too. Don't get mad at me for doing, like, what the fuck? You know? This has happened to multiple people in the breadtube space. And, you know, I know things that not everyone knows because, you know, I'm a larger content creator, so I hear this or that. But the whole, like, being lightly edgy, irreverent, you cannot survive being a leftist on YouTube without having a dark heart of comedy. Contra's edgy. I swear to God. I don't know if it's because I'm a guy or you know, because I'm less tactful than they are, which I am, to be fair. But at the end of the day, humans are irreverent and edgy. And I don't know. I think lefties may have shot themselves in the foot a little bit by kind of like sanitizing their public facing content of that because it makes them seem a little bit inhuman. like here's an example, right? I'll say this. It is a human thing to see hot people in public and think in your head like, "Zooey mama." That's what you think in your head, you know. That's
Of
not
course, yeah.
a now aesthetically looking at a hot person and like staring at them for a second. This is a culturally associated behavior, and we associate it with lecherous men. That's what we think of. When you think of like a hot person is being stared at in public for just like a sec, not leering for like a minute or whatever, but like briefly, like, oh wow, they're hot, you know. This is something we associate with lecherous men. In reality, literally everyone does this. Straight or gay,
Mhm.
men or women. If you are capable of visually appreciating how humans look, then you will do this. Um, and if you, in the same way, like, I think it's very normal and very human for people to have kind of like that attitude when they talk about things, especially off the cuff or when they're being comedic, an acknowledgement of interest in others, a casual recognition of your ability to appreciate attractive people. It's just a normal human thing, you know? And there are ways to do that without being creepy. I think people do it all the time. I think it's very normal to do that without being creepy. But have you ever gotten a feeling when watching a content creator that there's a degree of sexlessness that doesn't feel authentic, but rather feels like an imposed and like strictly regulated imposition as a way of not trying to come off that way? I might be being a bit vague here. Have you ever gotten a feeling it's kind of like the faking being nice thing you might pick up from some people, or sometimes people will accuse male feminists of faking being nice to women when in reality in their head they're doing it for the nice guy points. Have you ever you have any idea what I'm talking about?
Yes, I believe it depends though,
It
because
depends
honestly,
hugely, massively so, and it's super, super subjective too. A lot of people might
you-
disagree on where like the line is. The only point I'm trying to get, and I'll wrap this up because I'm rambling. The only point I'm trying to get is that little idiosyncrasies, little bits of human behavior that indicate our flaws or our interests, they're human, and that's one of the
Mhm.
reasons that I don't like purity testing tendencies in the online left, because sometimes I get the feeling that people are trying so hard to be like, very straight laced, like perfectly unproblematic at all times, that not only is it inauthentic, but it's setting a standard no one else can meet, and therefore laying the groundwork for like interminable critique and infighting. Does that make any sense?
yes, I hear you.
Okay, okay. Sorry for rambling, but yeah, that's. I just wish we could all be a bit more forthcoming about the fact that we're trying our best, but there doesn't need to be that standard because nobody can meet it anyway.
No, we'll get to that too in a minute. And also, when it comes to rambling, the beauty of anthropology is that it's all gold. You can talk, you can ramble on, and it's all pure gold right there. Facts and logic are relevant. Okay, so then, kind of getting on with what you just mentioned. On the other hand, who are some communities and people? This is both creators and then their communities as well as ideological communities who you are antagonistic with, or who are antagonistic with you, who you are opposed to. There's some degree of conflict or friction between you guys. Who are some of these communities or people?
I think on the left, almost everyone. I think at least at the very least on Reddit, almost every left-leaning subreddit has either banned me or will auto ban people who like me.
Mhm.
Um, most video essayists on the left. So the right is a given. Obviously, the right doesn't like me because I'm left-leaning. Any people associated with the Marxist-Leninist Maoist or Marxist-Leninist groups or with Stalinists online doesn't like me because they're all not respectfully red fascists, and they don't like the fact that I think that progressivism and democracy are necessary components of socialism. The anarchists
Mhm.
tend not to like me because they're all like extremely overeducated anxiety cases who can't order pizza over the phone without having a breakdown, respectfully. The breadtube groups don't like me because I'm too insensitive, edgy, and irreverent, and they're all, the soft boy awoo types. So not so much there. There's some leeway in some communities, and there are people I'm on like semi terms with, but at the very least there are plenty of detractors there. Hassan and I, he probably doesn't like me that much. His mod team hates me. And there's his community doesn't like me because all of my fans get insta banned from his chat for saying anything positive about me. Um, I think I have a little bit of sway in some center-leaning communities. I mean, I've had some severe criticisms um, for Shiwan Head recently, but there is still a lot of overlap between her community and mine. Though hers is larger than mine, so it would be more, it'd be a slanted overlap. But it definitely exists. There are some other people who I think I get along with decently, but it's kind of difficult to say. I'm too controversial for any community to be completely okay with me, which means that most content creators will avoid being publicly friendly with me to avoid alienating that small group within their community who really doesn't like me. It only takes one active person out of 100 in a community to really slant the community perspective. Like, if you can imagine a live stream, right now I've got how many people watching right now? 6,500. If 1 in 1,000 people here, just 6, we'll just round down and say 6, started posting enthusiastically in the chat about how I shouldn't talk with you because you're a child molester and they know your name and you're going to use the clout from this convo to molest children, that's not happening, to be clear. But if it did happen, 6 people saying that, you better believe that would be noteworthy to every single person watching. They'd see that in chat. They'd see that in the comments. That would be all it would take. People would, notice would be drawn. So because I have a fervent group of anti-fans, they're usually capable of skewing communities against me. I shouldn't complain. I'm clearly doing well for myself. Everything's, for the most part, worked out pretty well in my favor, and I'm clearly popular in spite of all that. But it is definitely a little bit of an impediment with the growth. There's not much you can really do about that in the long run, outside of like do the best you can and then keep doing the best you can. And I mean, that's what we should all be doing anyway. So keep at it.
Then that's a fun soundbite to exist now on the internet for me. So then, okay, so quickly then, are all these conflicts, just knocking along, having conflict with everyone, is it predominantly because of personality issues or rhetoric issues, or is it a political disagreement?
I think it's personality for the most part. I don't. Well, man, it's tough to say. I think it's mostly personality. The problem is a lot of the criticisms that I get politically are empirically incorrect in the sense that they will accuse me of being things I'm not, or say that I'm not things that I am. In that case, I don't know where to count that, because I feel like in that case my personality is leading them to think I have different politics than I do. Or maybe more accurately, their perception of my personality causes them to associate certain political views with me, which just aren't true. I think there's a lot of overlap between the two, because bad assessments of a personality will lead people to be less charitable when it comes to politics as well, Like, for example, if you can imagine 2 people making the same joke, right? Where let's say they're watching they're doing a live stream Let's React content. They're watching a video of some other streamer having a breakdown or whatever. It's a lady. She says something irrational, as we are wont to do. And then the video ends, and you have a left-leaning and a right-leaning content creator, and they're both like, women, and then they do like a little laugh. I think a lot of people, on the left would be willing to assume for the left-leaning content creator that it's a tongue-in-cheek joke making like fun of low IQ dismissals of women's perspectives based on their gender. Whereas with the right-leaning person, I wouldn't be charitable to them at all. I would just assume they were doing the thing that the left-leaning person was making fun of. So in that respect, your assessment of a person's personality can affect what politics you ascribe to them when they say stuff. So yeah, a lot of overlap there. Really hard to separate it.
So then, okay. So moving on to the online left, you were actually a good creator for me to reach out to, or one I wanted to reach out to a lot, because you are possibly the most cognizant of the online left, in that you are analyzing it and critiquing it, or was kind of cognizant of its existence as a coherent or semi-coherent thing. So simply to begin, how would you define the online left?
I don't know if you could really define a space that big. I mean, it all depends on the site they're on, really, the social media space they're occupying. I mean, online left, it really depends on where you draw the line. If by online left you mean like socialist and upward, it's a pretty small group. If you're including like social democrats, the kind of people who are very like actively and enthusiastically promote like unionization, they're not like laissez-faire liberals. It's a much larger group. I guess like the Bernie Crat would be, because I would include Bernie Crats in the online left, right? That makes sense to me. There are more like resist lib types, like MSNBC lib types, or you might have someone like a David Pacman, who is very against Republicans and Republican politics. But I don't think David Pacman's like a Bernie bro or like a, like a radically or militantly pro-labor. If you would include him as part of the online left, I think that you would have like a pretty huge chunk, the huge portion of people who produce any kind of political content online. And if you include people like Curtis Connor, who I mentioned before, who don't explicitly talk politics, but are probably themselves very left-leaning, who sort of let that infuse the videos they make, then it's possible that the online left would be larger than the online right, depending on where you want to draw the boundaries. I don't really have a hard line on where the boundary should be put, because I guess I should say that I actively oppose putting that line down. I think that the online left can be used in a sort of general nebulous way. But if you try to use it in a very specific like delineation, like, well, people are on this side or that side, I think that can be a bit awkward for people who just barely don't make the cut. And I don't want to cut them out. I want people, my goal would be like the online left shouldn't just be like a politics thing, right? If you believe in very basic stuff, if you believe in like weekends, if you believe in like reasonable work hours, equitable distribution of wealth, if you believe in happiness, truth, justice, hope, then the left should have space for you. Even if you don't agree with every bit of the program, I think there should be room to accept, maybe we're not all socialists here, right? But we have broader problems to deal with, and if we can work together on those, then maybe at least for now, we're part of the online left.
Okay, so then you mentioned a lot of different types of people and groups and ideologies and all those things. Some of which are kind of the general left, others are the online left explicitly, or more so explicitly. Exactly what makes a distinction between someone who is on the left versus someone who is on the or within the online left?
Well, when I think online left, I don't just think of people who use the internet, because that's everyone these days. I think of people who are, they don't even have to be of the internet generations, like millennials or younger. It's more like the internet is the primary vector through which they make these changes. It should be noted, by the way, that the line between conservative and online conservative is at this point almost non-existent. The right is really effective at synthesizing its old school content production and propagandizing with newer mediums, and the left, relatively speaking, isn't. I guess to put it another way, I don't believe that Joe Biden has ever made a Google search in his life, whereas I fully believe that Trump name searches himself on Twitter with an alt account every single day. And extrapolate that out as far as you want to, really. There's a much more aggressive weaponization of the internet as as a medium for reaching people by the right. This is changing to an extent, but I do think this means there's a stronger boundary between people on the left and people like the online left. I see people on the right sometimes where, like, you take someone like the Hodge twins or whatever, these two conservative creators, they're idiots, like incredibly stupid people. But everything about them gives me like pre-internet vibes. Like everything about them makes me think that they're not even on the internet. They have some like Donkey's a good guy, like podunk TV show, somebody makes a lot of money off of them by following them around with a camera, but somehow they're online. Whereas with the online left, I feel like the people who are really online left are like really, really online in a way that the people who are in the non-online left aren't. I guess I should say that the online left has the best shit posters by far. These people live on the internet. A lot of them are trans, because trans people live on the internet. And the right has no good shit posters, really. And that's because to a lot of them, they're just sort of culturally regressive, or maybe they're just not very bright, but they use the internet effectively to spread their message. But they never come across that online to me. I don't know. The very online trope, apart from Silicon Valley types, doesn't feel like it comes up that often in the right. Whereas on the left, it's like all of them and all of us and me.
Mhm. I have a general theory about that for this project. Mostly that the for leftists is not a lot of spaces, especially compared to the right in the real world. So you kind of go to the internet to fill that void. So then, is the distinction for the online left people who use online spaces as a tool and are present on them, or is it people whose politics and elements of their identity and or personality are based on online spaces or come from online spaces?
I mean, I think it's a bit of both. There's no hard taxonomy here, and I don't think anyone could do any hard taxonomy here. I do have a higher standard when it comes to like the online left as a concept, though. I guess I feel like this sounds incredibly cringy, but I don't really know how else to phrase it. I feel like somebody who's on the online left, you should be able to kind of meme with a little bit. Like there should be enough of a familiarity with the internet, its terminology, its cultural iconography, and its history that you can have the kind of conversation that would be sort of weird and off-putting in person, or at the like you wouldn't talk this way to like your grandma or a grocery store clerk, but you can talk with them because they're familiar enough with the shared cultural space that they have an understanding of what you're talking about. That's not the case with a lot of the online right? Like you talk to Dennis Prager, who or Ben Shapiro, like you can't like these are just suits who use the internet, if that makes any sense. Like they're not shit posters. The internet to them, it's the same way. It's the difference between like people who thought of the internet as a creative tool and people who thought of the internet as an investment vehicle back in the late 90s, you know? Like it's the same space, but there are people who treat it with the sort of dignity and reverence of like a new and unique medium, and people who see it as a something they can leverage, or something they can put money down on. And that I think is ultimately the difference. The online online dash group should have some kind of cultural aptitude for it. I think that's how I think of it, at least.
Well, I can say now actually. That's roughly how I am defining it. This is a bit of brief aside, and then a couple more questions. We'll go through fast. But it's kind of looking at, I'm defining it as based on community of practice in anthropological terms. So, as you mentioned, kind of being able to meme a bit, that's to do with registers, which is a socially, bless you, which is a socially socially specific form of speech. So if you think of like legalese for lawyers, if two people are speaking legalese, they recognize each other as lawyers, but they have to be in those circles with that education to know those words. That is the case of the online left. If you go to the average person, talk about, what's who are the red fashion, what's being red pilled, and who are normies, they'll think, what the fuck are you talking about? However, you talk to someone else and they recognize all those things, there you go, you have a shared community of practice. And that collectively binds people together based on a shared knowledge and excludes those who have a deficit of knowledge. That is how I define the online left. It's political, yes, however, it's a lot to do with the spaces in which you interact and how it defines your identity.
Yeah, I think that's agreeable. Yeah. What something that's interesting as well is that when it comes to that terminology and iconography, there's one place where you're not going to find it that much, and that's the largest social media space, which is YouTube. Leftists who are on Twitter, who have been on 4chan, who have been on Tumblr, who are on TikTok, there are lexicons specific to those mediums. Those sites have like unique left cultures to them. YouTube, interestingly, doesn't. I don't think YouTube has much of a shared language in general because it's so naturally centralized, where people comment underneath YouTube videos, but it's always secondary to the video itself. Whereas with all the other mediums, there's sort of a more democratized, you know, um, maybe not for TikToks. TikToks, you still respond to the TikToks, but I don't know. Do you understand? Do you get the feeling that YouTube doesn't really have a shared culture the way these other social media sites do? I can think of a person who seems TikTok pilled, Tumblr pilled, Twitter pilled, 4chan pilled. I can't think of somebody who comes across as YouTube pilled, except for maybe those like horror stories of people who their children start saying, make sure to like and subscribe before they fall asleep because they watch so many YouTubers that's what they think goodbye means. Like, outside of those possibly not real horror stories, I don't know if I can think of any, like, YouTube broadly, like YouTube as a site, not just any particular creator. Does Facebook have any? I don't know. Well, left-leaning people don't use Facebook, so.
There are certain vocabulary specific to each platform. However, there's also, this is the other element of this, which is you and other creators, you kind of are the disseminators of these lexicons, of these ideas. I mean, there are people who, I'll say this, there are people who have found your videos and through you have learned this terminology, the values, the good, the bad, the right, the wrong, how to operate within these online spaces, and then went forth into them with your influence. So I don't think it's necessarily YouTube which is relevant. Rather, YouTube is perhaps the ultimate kind of content creation platform when it comes to the online left, in that it is all based on consuming other people's content, as opposed to something like Reddit, where you have a lot more freedom to kind of navigate your own, create your own arguments and opinions and navigate other people's.
This feels much less group oriented on YouTube specifically. I think of people being part of a YouTuber's community, but that doesn't really happen on Twitter. No one on Twitter is like affected by the specific cultural discourse of one single Twitter user. They're in like broader spaces. Like there are people on left Twitter, BreadTube Twitter, Annie Twitter, whatever. But that's a space. That's a community, not just like one single creator. Anyway, I don't really know. I mean, people in my community are specifically affected by the lexicon and culture of my channel, but that's a me thing, not just a YouTube thing.
I think you'd be surprised to how well other people can recognize, this specific lexicon you discuss, simply because it's kind of an element of this specific online community. And the deeper in you get to it, the more of these nuances you recognize. I have spoken with other creators who are much more kind of, democratic socialists who are not as online, and they are far less familiar with the specific details and nuances and complexities of you or other creators, of terminology, and of kind of drama, as opposed to other people. And I've spoken to people who also are quite deep into this, and they know all these things. So,
well, I forgive them.
It's all quite interconnected in fun ways, and TikTok is actually quite separate. Okay, so that aside, 2 final questions. So we know we have little time left. So then, okay, I know that you say factionalism and purity testing are very big problems with the online left. Yes.
Yes.
Can you briefly share your opinions, or kind of would you believe what kind of factionalism is occurring and what kind of purity testing is occurring and why?
Well, the purity testing is relatively easy, I think. There's just a lot of cultural capital to be had in being very performatively self-critical and being the one to call out problems in other people. The people use it as a way of sort of generating clout. I think the left also has an innate suspicion of people in positions of power. A large YouTuber doesn't have power in like an institutional sense, but in a social sense, they have a ton of power. And I think that a lot of lefties are just kind of naturally inclined to be suspicious of those types, which isn't necessarily wrong. I think that instinct is fine, but it can often lead people to be sort of like mindlessly antagonistic or derisive, Like I remember quite a few times ContraPoints has had certain sections of Twitter try to cancel her or attack her, sometimes being really ruthless too. I mean, like really going after her life for total inanities, just for absolute nonsense, for stuff, not only stuff that isn't problematic, but like stuff that in left-leaning spaces you could just say it'd be fine. It's just the internet. There's always someone who's going to be mad and rile other people up. And again, if you're seen as the person who's pointing the finger outward, you're not having the finger pointed at you, and it's a common human issue, but I think it's worsened in areas that it's worsened in communities that have a very high opinion of their ability to identify other people's moral failings. You see the same thing in religious communities. I loathe to make the comparison, but if you go on if you go on and see how like religious communities talk about other people's perceived failings, they tend to be highly judgmental. I mean, Christians are very judgmental. Their whole religion is based on this to a large extent. And that's because, they all feel like they have a divine handbook to objectively correct moral behavior. Lefties do too. Obviously, I don't think lefties are quite that dogmatic, but at times they make an effort to approximate it. Um, and as for the factionalism, this is just a very common left issue. I mean, this goes back literal centuries. Everybody on the left has their own roadmap to revolution. Everybody on the left has a very particular idea of the way in which they want to improve the world. And, there's one path backwards and a million paths forward. People who are progressive in nature tend to be much more likely to split and fragment. This has happened with actual leftist governments. It's happened all over the world. It's happened in the USSR, in China, in Spain, and Germany. It happens all the time. One of my prescribed solutions to this is to not focus on the long-term goals. You know, it's kind of like trying to find a life partner. If you're trying to find somebody you want to settle down with, there are some basic elements of the future that you want to work out, right? Do you want kids? Do you want pets? Do you want to live in a city or in a rural area? Do you want to I was going to say indoctrinate like a Reddit atheist. Do you want to raise our kids religious? So on and so forth. These are questions you might want to get an answer to. They're pretty important. But imagine like increasingly refined degrees of specificity. Like, oh yeah, are you the type of person who showers in the morning or night? Oh, okay. Are you the type of person who likes to do their grocery shopping in a big trip once every 2 weeks, or do you want to do it every like 3 days or what? Like, if the more questions you ask about the future to determine compatibility and long-term goals, the more likely you are to never find a person who seems like they'll be the right one for you. And the reason for that, obviously, is because when you already live with somebody and do love someone, compromise and negotiation are the ways you navigate these differences in opinion. A lot of lefties don't do this. They lay out their 57-point plan from the start, and if somebody has a different 57-point plan, even by 1 or 2 points, then that is a different ideology with different material conditions and a different set of advocates. Does that make sense? I think it's better to just focus on the 1, 2, or 3 immediate big points, and you work out the littler details as you get to there. I mean, we're nowhere near communism. Why argue over the like distribution system or policing system of an ideology that doesn't exist at the moment? Like, we're we're dealing with fascism and liberal capitalism right now. We're so far off from that.
Hmm. So, do you have time for one last
I
question?
got time for one more.
Okay. It's kind of a vague, open question. I'm just kind of curious to see your answer. How do you conceive of yourself? How do you see yourself in this community, on this space? Just generally, how do you think of yourself?
Well, as a left-leaning person, but I think in the day to day, like my interactions with my community and the way that I handle those, I tend to think of myself more as a comedian and life advice guy, which is funny because I would not at all like advertise myself as either of those things. But in terms of like the way I interact with the community day to day, I don't think of myself as a newsman, even though covering news is a big part of what I do. But I do make a lot of jokes. I do think that's a good like element of the presentation. It brings people in, and I would do it anyway. I think it's fun to do that. And I feel like I give a lot of personal advice, either interpersonally to people in chat or broadly, just as a rote matter of, you know, I think you should do this if you can. Um, the politics is personal, and the personal is political, right? A lot of the issues we have are sort of broad projections of day-to-day struggles that we face. There was a lot of good writing on this from back in the civil rights era days, and like the black experience in America, and like what can you say politically about a country based entirely on day-to-day interactions of like a black man in the South. And I think that's a good attitude to take. when we think of, well, why are there so many incels, so many people mad at women? Well, the answer to that question is rooted in billions of interpersonal, day-to-day interactions that happen between different people, um, between men and women, mostly, oftentimes also a lot of men and men online. But these things are rooted in like very basic social and emotional impulses. You know, what makes people insecure? What drives people to pursue others? You know, what's a good dating strategy, right? Like that, it seems trivial, right? But the question, how do I pick up chicks, is actually an incredibly fundamental, like life shaping question that a lot of guys, you know, straight guys or whatever, are going to have defining a part of their life. That's pretty fundamental, yeah. But it comes across as juvenile, you know? Um,
Mhm.
like the kind of person who would go online and talk about how to pick up chicks. We don't have strong, positive cultural associations with that. We have pretty negative ones, actually, which I think is a bit sad. It's not undeserved. A lot of people who go online and talk about how to pick up chicks are morally unenviable people, to say the least. But that's because they control the conversation on those particular topics. What I'm trying to get at here is that I think a lot of the bigger political issues that we talk about are really just extrapolations of individual emotional, social conditions we experience. And if you get really good at addressing those at their root, you not only get better at understanding the broader political issues, which is critical, but you get better at understanding how to talk to people about them, you know? Um, God knows that the ineptitude a lot of third wave feminists have spoken on male dating, you know, like the ineptitude with which they've spoken on that has contributed to a lot of social problems. You know that trope, like the feminist who you know, like if a guy ever says they have trouble finding a woman or dating or whatever, like there's this screechy feminist who will go like, "Oh, well maybe you should treat them better." Or, you know, "Oh, it's cuz you're acting this way or not." There are some feminists who act like this. I don't think they're in the majority, but the ones that do are indicating like an analytical failure, right? They're not they don't perceive of the political and the personal as being synthesized. They can only imagine that those personal questions are a reflection of negative political stances. They don't understand there's a reciprocity there, that people can have those questions be rebuked by what they perceive to be the left, or even imagine being rebuked by what they perceive to be the left, and that could inform their political stance. So that
Mm.
recognition has to be sort of worked towards.
Okay, well, phenomenal then. Thank you so much for this. Also, chat, thank you for not being cruel to me. That is all
They
my
were
questions
watching.
in our time. So if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them right now. I know we don't have much time, but
Give it a go, chat.
you'll have
Can
to
we
ask
be
for it.
mean now?
Sure, but please don't.
Okay, there's your answer, chat.
If you're gonna be mean, make it creative.
How was your day?
My day is fine. I just got back from finals period, so I'm home and relaxing.
Fun. How do we find more of your stuff?
Um, if I had stuff, I'd share it. I don't. I'm hoping to maybe publish this thesis in a journal later on, since it is a topic that's actually never been discussed before in any academic environment. Um, However, as of now, I ain't got nothing.
All right. Thoughts on milk?
On milk,
Yes.
let's see. I don't drink milk alone because that's for weird people. Whole milk is the only milk you can drink with protein shakes, and coffee and hot chocolate. Skim milk is not milk, it's gross water, and Europeans do milk better than Americans.
Let's see. What's your favorite color?
I like orange. Oh, the 70s, I like orange. And green, I like nature.
Interesting. Let's see. Favorite Billy Joel song?
I'm a New Yorker, so let's see. I can say, I want to say Piano Man's cliched, but The Stranger is his best album. Piano Man album is kind of lame.
Okay. Do you like roguelike video games?
I don't know. I don't know roguelike video games.
Okay. Blue cells seething over green chads. Agree or disagree?
I don't know.
Who did you want to win in the World Cup?
Great question. I was initially Team USA because I'm only patriotic every 2 years. Then I was Team any anti Netherlands. And then I was Team Morocco because I had to go back to my African roots. Uh, Argentina because fuck the French.
Fair,
But keep that a secret.
fair reasoning. What is your field of study?
Anthropology and Hispanic studies. Specifically for anthropology, it is political rhetoric and contemporary media.
Gotcha, gotcha. Hold on. I'm ignoring all the people with real questions.
You can ask those too. I'm happy to share.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm just choosing not to.
Okay.
Let me see. Fuck the Dutch. Lenin was cringe. Opinion on Guilty Gear. Do you watch Amphibia? Sleeping with the television on.
Do I want the television on? Oh God, no.
Yeah, that's
I'm a civilized
an
person.
accidental thing. Yeah, who even watches TV anymore?
I mostly watch YouTube and streaming.
Thoughts on Germa?
Germa. I don't know Germa.
Okay.
I'm online. I'm not super on. I'm online enough to know a fair amount of this, write a paper on it, but not enough where it's I don't touch grass.
That's okay. You're healthier than most of the people in here. Oh, wait. In 3 minutes, I have another person to talk to. How much of your anthro major is history based?
So for in general or for the paper. So in general, it depends. I look at a lot of. I do not look at historical anthropology. Other people do. I look at more contemporary culture. However, for this paper, I'm looking at a little bit of leftist history, particularly to do with ideological infighting, as well as history of the cyber left, and that is how the left utilized online spaces and tools for their purposes. So it's a little bit, not a lot. I do love history. I was going to be a history minor. However, at my school, you cannot do 2 majors and a minor. So,
Gotcha. Okay. I think that about tracks it.
okay.
If you want to argue with anyone else, then you'll have to go to the YouTube comments when this inevitably gets uploaded to the Vosh pit. Thank you very
Let's
much
go.
for hopping on.
Yep. Also, I'll say real quickly,
Mhm.
I sent you an informed consent form, which guarantees your right to privacy and your rights as an interviewee. So to be able to actually discuss anything that was said here, that has to be signed.
Oh, you mean like I have to download a PDF, scroll my signature on it, then re-upload the image to you?
Yes,
Can I
this
give you
is
permission to forge my signature?
no, especially since you've now publicly said that.
Can you?
There
Okay.
is some.
What if you didn't forge my signature while acknowledging that my signature will look like anything, but it will, but don't sign it, but it will look like anything?
There's my school's board might be on my case depending
Okay.
on.
I'll try to remember. Just send me one email a day reminding me until I actually do it, okay?
Okay, phenomenal. And I'll get all of chat to pester you too. Chat for me, please. Pester him.
Yeah, thank you. All right. I
Thank-
hope they're not going to know when I've done it. They're going to keep pestering me for weeks. Okay.
Phenomenal.
Thank you very much. I had a wonderful time talking to you.
Thank you as well. You have my contact information, so if any more questions you have for me, I'm happy to answer.
Take care.
Okay, thank you. You too.
Bye. Let me pee, and then he did great, good interview. Oh, that was a great interview. Yeah, I enjoyed that a lot. That was fun. That was well structured. Okay, let me pee. Then we're talking. Okay. Excuse me. We're having another convo. I really like this shirt. It's really nice. Oh. Artemy's been with us the whole damn stream. Look at him. Look at this. Look at this little guy. Look at his little head. Ooh. I'm going to tap him with my foot. Then I'm going to pee. Oi, oi. No one knows, Cassie, the lioness. Wait. Dino Man, are you listening to me? Thank you. Yes? Dino Man, I answered you earlier. This person has been wanting to talk to me for longer than you have, or longer than Ramen you have. I emailed you this. I emailed one of you. This isn't mutually exclusive. However, if I said I don't want drama with who I talk to, you know, do you have counter arguments to antinatalism? Yes, simply kill them. Howdy.
Hello,
Hey.
man. How's it going?
I'm doing wonderfully. How about yourself?
I'm doing all right. Little nervous. It's my first time being live on a stream. And the fact that it's like below 0 degrees here, it probably doesn't help either.
Ah. Well, the CCP goons have already been sent. They've already been dispatched. So we'd better be expedient then before they get you. You said you didn't want to share your name, which is pretty obviously fine by me. But would you mind telling the fine people in chat how they should refer to you, and also what you're doing here?
Yeah, sure. So chat, y'all can refer to me as Brandon. Not dark Brandon, just normal Brandon. My pronouns are he, him, and the reason why I'm obfuscating my identity is because I am an American currently living in China, and I'm here to share a little bit of my experience just being a foreigner living in China this last year and having gone through both the Shanghai lockdown earlier this spring, as well as some fun times in Beijing. So, yeah, I'm here to share my story about that. Yes, before I go on, I want to kind of like point out that I'm here sharing my own personal experience, and I don't want to in any way kind of claim that my experience is representative of uh, the average Chinese person living here in China, nor to say that it's representative of the average foreigner's experience. So I just kind of want to get that out of the way, that I don't speak for the entirety of everybody who's gone through all of the wacky stuff that's happened this year. I also don't claim to be a pundit or a China expert. I'm merely a guy who's just, kind of doing his thing here and coming on to share my story. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. How long did you say you've been in China? More or less.
So this year, it's been around 8 years, I'd say. Yeah, 8 years. Came here the second half of 2014. For most of that time, I've lived in Shanghai, but I've been living in Beijing the last few months.
Gotcha. Sorry, I'm going back through our older emails. I remember having talked to you a long time ago.
Yeah,
Yeah, the original messages were how far back is this?
probably
Yeah.
around
Woo!
like April, May.
Yeah, no. Man, those kick back. Okay. Well, look. So we've accepted now that everything you have to say is fully representative of every experience people have had in China, and everything you say will be held to the highest standards of scrutiny as such. Now that we've got that out of the way,
Mm.
I want to know. And okay, first of all, let's set some appropriate context, quell fears, whatever. Okay, general
Mm.
ideological disposition. Hit it. Are you a Nazi? How do you feel?
Yeah, so I would consider myself very much a leftist. And I actually attribute your stream, your content for bringing me a little over, further over. I've always considered myself to be fairly progressive, perhaps liberal at times, but yeah, I'm definitely very much a leftist. Um, interested in market socialism, that sort of thing. I do not consider myself a tanky, so there's no apologia happening on this stream from me.
Yeah, the issue I feel with learning about China is that generally speaking, when I want to learn about conflicts in other countries, or I mean everything about other countries, I usually try to rely on left-leaning sources, not
Mm,
not necessarily because I'm looking for that bias, but because there's usually an underlying layer of colonialism that influences how things turn out
right.
the way they are, and that tends not to get addressed. It can depend. Wikipedia generally has a good write-up, but for more specific stuff, for China especially, there are so many narratives that go into this, and conservatives have obviously so many narratives that go into how they talk about China, COVID, the
Right.
lockdown. And left leaning people have, like, unfortunately, very conflicting priorities here. There are left leaning people who are more sympathetic to China than I might be, who want to defend them on the grounds that they um, are resistant to Western imperialism. There are people who respect China for the lockdowns because we didn't really do those in the US. There are so many different
Mm,
angles. I honest to God, I barely understand what's going on over there. It's the biggest country in the world, and I know less about it than I do some small, like, African micronations because so many people have different angles on China. Um, so,
mm.
okay, so the lockdowns. You said you moved there a while back, all right? So you would have moved there after the initial lockdowns, correct?
Um, yeah. So, yeah, no, just going back to 2020, I was actually almost locked out of China when COVID was first popping off because I was for Chinese New Year, like everybody gets a long holiday, and so me and my homeboy were in South Korea, and then the day before we were supposed to fly back, our flight got canceled because of health concerns. That's all they said, and we knew obviously like, oh, shit must be popping off for it to be this bad. I was eventually able to get back to Shanghai after like a 10-day detour in Japan. I slept on somebody's couch. Um, but yeah, I mean, I've been in China pretty much since February 10th, 2020. And the weird thing was, Shanghai never went through like a widespread lockdown until this spring, but a lot of other parts of China have gone through various different stages of lockdown. Obviously, Wuhan, where this all started, was under lockdown for quite a while. So for most of the last 2 years, I feel like I've been detached to from like the greater virus issue to a certain extent, because after a few months in 2020, it kind of felt like the virus didn't exist anymore. Shanghai, I felt, did a very good job of kind of preventing COVID from coming into the city, and
Okay.
life felt very normal.
What did
aside from
they
the fact that like
what did they do to prevent that? How they keep things minimal?
um So I think that a good part of it was just luck. I mean, I think that Shanghai got insanely lucky. That's a big part of it. Um, in terms of like what they did in order to kind of like keep cases from popping off the way they did other parts, I just feel that local government was very good at kind of like controlling the flow of people uh into Shanghai, perhaps more effectively than like other places. Um I don't know specifics about that, if I'm being honest. So I can't give you a definitive answer one way or the other, but really I feel like we just got lucky. Like that, it really just chalks up to luck, I think.
Okay. Well, what I'm mostly interested in, I think, is like your experience with weathering the lockdowns that you have gone through. Um,
Hmm.
because we know how, because there are some like tidbits, some like anecdotes we pull from there. Looked at, like, oh, people are being welded into their houses. Oh, they're building gigantic quarantine camps. Like big concrete mega structures. People are having meals brought to them door to door because no one can leave. And from what you've gone through, I mean, certainly now more so than then, what has the what measures have been imposed, and what has the response been to them? Because I know up to like right now, we're dealing with protests as a product of the severity of the lockdowns. It's caused a lot of social problems. At least that's what Western media is saying. So I want to know, like, how have you witnessed the ebb and flow from your perspective?
Okay, so first, would you like me to focus on my initial experience in Shanghai, or would you like me to talk more about like recent things?
Um, Whatever you feel is most narratively important. We need the context, of course.
Yeah, so I think that it's important to say that like the situation now is very different from the situation that we had in the spring. Um, I mean, from like April to the beginning of April to the end of May, and even for some people as early as mid-March, Shanghai was just completely locked down. Like we couldn't leave our we couldn't leave the doors of our apartment units, let alone like our buildings for over a month. For some people, like even 3 months, I feel. It was a really long time. And so um I feel that that was a very different experience compared to what we have right now, where obviously there's still a lot of problems with COVID running rampant. As far as I'm aware, I feel like the protests have actually kind of like died down since there's been like a complete 180 change in policy. We went from like zero COVID overnight to, oh yeah, like I mean, there's very little rules, and people are just kind of figuring out what to do, and lots of people are getting sick.
Okay, so
Uh,
that's what I want to know about. I'm interested
mhm.
in the texture of living there. You say from no
Yeah.
COVID to no rules. Like day to day, what does that look like? What does that shift look like? What does it entail? What changes are made?
Okay. So I think if there's anything that's kind of like been prominent in my day-to-day experience throughout this whole year, it's been uncertainty. Um, and uncertainty kind of in the face of like seeming levels of normalcy. Um, Back in April when I was actually under lockdown, it was the uncertainty of like, when are we going to get out? How long is this going to last? And then very early on, how are we going to be able to get food? Because being able to get food was actually a huge problem for me and for my neighbors because everything was locked down, right? So I think that today that uncertainty is still a bit of an issue. Like day to day, I feel like there's some sense of normalcy. Like, I get up, I do my job. Thankfully, I'm able to work from home, work remotely. Uh, so I work at home most of the time. In Beijing, in particular, a lot of stuff is closed down because people either have gotten COVID and there's like no people to staff restaurants or shops or stuff, or people are just scared to get COVID. Um, so the day to day has changed from being, completely locked down to some degree of normalcy to just a couple of weeks of not really knowing what's going to happen next. Are we going to get locked down? Is somebody in our neighborhood going to test positive? I think that is really challenging when it comes to kind of, getting on with your day, right? On one hand, there's nothing physically stopping me from doing my job, uh, taking care of chores and everything, but there's always kind of this axe I feel hanging above my head that might come down in the form of like, oh, I test positive and like I get swept away to quarantine. That fear is not here as much now. It's more the fear of like, okay, how long are shops going to be kind of closed and not really run by people? Am I going to be able to get medicine in another week? Because medicine is really scarce right now. Am I going to be able to get rapid tests? Because, that's the only way for people to figure out if they have COVID or not. And it's impossible to get right now because everybody just panic bought them. So uncertainty, I would say, has kind of been the prevailing theme throughout this whole year.
Okay, so the no COVID. Um, are there any circumstances under which you can leave the house under no COVID?
Um, so yeah, I mean, with the exception of April and May, I can leave my house, right? I think the only situations in which I wouldn't be able to leave my house, I haven't been able to leave my house, would have been if I had tested positive or somebody in my neighborhood had tested positive. So the only situations in which I've not been able to leave my house have been first off when I was in the Shanghai lockdown and I was locked in my house from April 1st to I believe May like 16th or 17th. And then again, when I had to do a 10-day quarantine on my way from Shanghai to Beijing.
So what? So
Um,
what makes the zero COVID so draconian? Then I'm sure its specific
mm,
implementation varies like temporally and from place to place, but we've seen so much of a pushback, or not just internationally, I think, but like even within China against some of these practices. Um,
yeah.
if people can leave freely, as you've said, during a good portion of it, but the shops remain closed. What do you even do when you're out? Was a lot of zero COVID just people like wandering around empty streets with nothing to do? What was like the nature of the policy?
So the nature of the policy, um, from my experience, was like I've been I've been in three parts of China this year. I've been in Shanghai. I was in a city called Sanya on the island province of Hainan, in between Shanghai and Beijing. Um, I had to actually do like a 10-day layover there, quote unquote, just so I could get to Beijing because Shanghai was in my travel history and then Beijing. So I think that it really depends from place to place. Some places were just completely locked down, like nobody could leave their houses, and that was the case for months. Whereas other places, it would be the sort of situation where life is normal, but you have to like scan a code whenever you enter a business in order to show that, you've tested negative for COVID. But if there's a situation where, say, for example, there's a positive case in your apartment complex or positive case in your office complex, that can lead to like a wave of like testing. People have been forced to stay in their homes for originally it was something like 2 weeks until they in their community tested negative. And that number has gradually kind of reduced as the months have gone on. But it's even gotten to the point where some people have like had to stay in their offices for days on end. Um, so in
Wait,
situations
why?
where there are, well, if somebody tests positive in your office building, there's the idea that anybody in the office building could have COVID. So, as part of like the containment measures, they have to test everybody in the office building to make sure that they are negative. And if everybody else is negative, then usually they can go home. But if there are people who turn out positive, then you in the office building for a couple of days, because, well, if you leave, you might go and get other people infected,
See,
right?
that's what I'm talking about. That's fucking
Mm,
insane. The idea of somebody in an office
mhm,
testing positive and then like the government locks the building down. None of you get to leave until every one of you is tested and you might be held there for multiple days. Like that that is
mm,
so out of line with what the lockdowns were like here in the West. The most we ever got in America,
yeah,
and America didn't get much, of course, but I'm sure you're aware, is just
mm,
the state closed some businesses down. That's it. Like that's literally it. There were mask mandates in some places, and some businesses were forced to close, like bars for a time. That was about
yeah,
it. The idea of like that degree of a shutdown is wild. It never would have flown over here. I can't imagine
mm,
people responded well to that, right? Like I know that generally speaking, East Asian cultures are a bit more respectful of like disease because there's like they're okay with wearing masks like generally if you're sick, whereas over here in the States, if you have a cold,
mm,
you just kind of like fire your revolver up in the air, your six shooter to signal to other people that you've got the sniffles. But I
mm.
can't imagine that
Your
played well.
plague gun.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. To alert the
Yeah.
populace. Yeah. I can't imagine that would have flown well. Like people can't be happy with that.
So yeah, it's hard for me to like say one way or the other because, despite I could read all of the news and I could like go through every kind of like social media post that a Chinese person has made about this. My frame of reference for this is rather limited because most of like the Chinese people that I know personally are usually people who, you know, either speak English to a good degree or have exposure to, I guess the world outside of China. And I feel that that gives me a very limited kind of window into like how people are kind of have been like receiving this. Um, if I go from that, yeah, I mean, I think that like people were just everybody I knew were just kind of appalled when the Shanghai lockdown happened because we never thought that would happen there. I mean, Shanghai is like it's the finance capital of China, and just the fact that it was shut down for almost 2 months was insane, and we never thought it would happen. And so I think that a lot of people that I know have been very cross with it, but it's a matter of like, well, yeah, it sucks, but what can you do? I think that a lot of people are just kind of come to terms with the fact that like as citizens there's not much that can be done when you're going up against like the people who are in charge of this country.
Well, how much complaining can people even get away with, right? Again, I know you're
Ye-
mostly engaging with the English-speaking people, but like general impression, right? I know the Chinese
mm,
have their own social media apps, but if you go on there and you're like, dude, fuck these lockdowns, holy shit, I had to stay in the office building for like 4 days, like to wait for a positive test, you know? How
yeah.
much can people actually bitch about that?
um well, they can actually get away with a fair amount. It's just you have to be creative. I think that like something that I've observed from a lot of my friends is that when it comes to like finding ways to talk about things, it's very subversive, and the language and methods that people use to like get out messages evolves very quickly. So I feel like there's always kind of like this game of catch up going on between people who are posting things and the powers that be that step in to censor things. I remember at one point, I think it was in either April or May, seeing somebody post something on WeChat, um, like in a chat group saying that like Tencent, who develops WeChat, had developed an algorithm that blocked posts like WeChat moments, which are kind of like posts on your Facebook page, coming out of Shanghai talking about certain things to people who were outside of Shanghai. So, say for example, in May, if you were posting about fucked up shit that was happening in Shanghai, your friends in Beijing or Shenzhen or Guangzhou might not be able to see it because of algorithms that were blocking those posts from coming out. Now, I am not sure that that actually happened. I could believe it. But those are the sorts of things that people had to come up against.
Well, China, I
Um,
mean, whether or not it's hard to know whether they did something for sure because, you know, they kind of control the system there. But that's definitely something they
Mm.
could do, right? There's nothing that would keep them.
Right.
Yeah, and it would make sense, I guess, given their goals. It's a pretty big fucking country.
Yeah, and there have been like a lot of viral posts that I've seen where people will share like the same video or the same article, but they'll post it from different accounts, share it in different formats, and it'll just get blocked very quickly, right? Like we get used to kind of like tapping a link and then it's like, oh, this post has been removed because it violates WeChat's terms of service, that sort of thing. Um, and people, you know, just like, okay, well, I guess I'll figure out another way to get the message out.
And
Persistence.
I take it people aren't being like mass arrested for this. Maybe for the protests, but as I understand it, the arrest rate in China is actually quite low, lower than we have in the US, certainly. And my understanding of the social media atmosphere over there is that people try like people even for those who kind of like the government, they understand they have to dance around a little bit sometimes to get the message out there. And when they do that and when the government steps in, they don't like go door to door and arrest everyone who complained about the COVID lockdowns or whatever. It's more like the government has near unlimited power to kind of constrain the discourse, and you're more likely to get kind of like elbow nudged in the forms of blocks or bans or, or other kind of like light taps, then they're just like, oh yeah, we're just going to arrest everyone, you know?
Yeah, the only situation I know of where people actually faced arrests were during the protests that happened in Shanghai. I don't know of anybody getting arrested during the original Shanghai lockdown. Um, from what I've heard, I think like some of the most, I guess, serious kind of penalties is like people might get locked out of their WeChat accounts, which is actually a really big deal because for a lot of people, WeChat is like not only how they keep in contact with people, it's how they pay their rent, it's how they pay their
Mm.
utilities. You know, perhaps they have like a credit score that's
I did
linked to
not
their
know that.
WeChat account. Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of like a big feature of living in China. If you're whether you're Chinese or if you're a foreigner, you're kind of reliant on these one-stop apps that, you know, where you know, you can do a lot of different things from it. Alipay is another app like that where, you know, first and foremost, it's a payment app, but a lot of people's like credit scores are also linked to their Alipays. So, yeah,
It's the
sometimes
world's largest standalone mobile app since 2018 with over 1 billion monthly active users. It's been described as China's
mm,
app for everything, provides text messaging, voice messaging, broadcast messaging, video conferencing, video games, photos, videos, location sharing, plus payment processing. So
mhm.
you're if you post something about the lockdowns and you bitch about it, and if you get banned, like you're like banned from society with this, aren't you?
has a very it can have a very significant impact on, yeah, your ability to integrate and interact with
Mm.
social society. Yeah. So it's a risky game, but I mean, I guess that people wouldn't raise umbrants unless they felt there was a reason to do so. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, I mean, this kind of indicates like the social control at play, right? In my opinion, China is an authoritarian government, and this is kind of the way you would orchestrate that, right? Because the old style of authoritarianism, people busting down doors, arresting, this doesn't work very well in the modern smartphone era, because it's very bad optics for any government that claims to be the benevolent, envoy of the people's will to have viral posts of them like arresting college students every single week because they posted online about how the lockdowns are too punitive. So instead, you just have everyone use the same app, and if ever they violate the terms of service, which are created at the behest of the Chinese government, you just get limited within the app, and that's not really something you can form a protest around. It's very invisible. It's very abstracted. So it's a system of control that doesn't invite much in the way of pushback. I didn't realize this was a payment processor as well. That is absolutely fucked.
Uh, yeah, there's a lot that you can do with the app. And I don't know. I mean, it's yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those things where, you know, as long as you're kind of like just minding your own business, like it's great. I don't know. Like I love everything that I can do with WeChat, but I do recognize the fact that, you know, if I lose my WeChat, I'm kind of fucked. Yeah, I think that that's something that people just always kind of have to think about when it comes to like they do. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so we were talking about the move from zero COVID to, I guess, what's currently happening. I don't know, no rules. Okay, okay, you're a Chinese citizen. You've been subjected to zero COVID for a while now. It's done. It's over. Goodbye. You're done. What does this look like? What happened? What did the government say? Did you all just get a text message on WeChat? You know, oh yeah, you guys can do stuff now. Whatever, go for it. Oh, you were complaining about zero COVID. We opened everything up. Have fun. How did that happen?
Um yeah, so I I found out that things were, you know, kind of like lifting up because one day a week and a half ago, I went to a testing site to go and get tested. Well, actually, I was just trying to see which testing sites were open because a lot of them started closing down a couple of weeks ago. I think that it was linked to personnel shortages because shortly before things opened up, there was just an explosion of cases in Beijing, and so I think that it was kind of like an all hands on deck thing. Um, but yeah, so I found out just by like a paper notice that was on the side of this like closed down testing site, and from there, I kind of feel it was like a slow trickle of official announcements sent out through official WeChat accounts of a lot of local governments. Like I remember seeing news, like basically that Shanghai was lifting all of its COVID restrictions through Shanghai's official announcements chat. And so I think that they did a similar thing in Beijing where official announcements went out. And originally it was public transportation, um, and then like public spaces you could go into without a 48-hour test result. You still had to show them your health code to show that you were, safe. Restaurants and bars and schools still required 48 hours, but then as the days went on, those restrictions kind of lifted one by one. So it's kind of been a mix of official announcements from local governments, and that's usually like citywide governments, as well as just kind of word of mouth, people being like, "Yo, so this cafe was open the other day. That was weird. I don't know how that happened."
Wait, is there not a central announcement? I mean, is there not like Xi Jinping doesn't just step up and go like, "Hey, yeah, we're changing this or that"?
There is a national. I think that there is probably like a national release. I'm just speaking from like how I personally became aware of all this stuff.
That's interesting because I know that, I mean, again, I know that China is obviously an authoritarian country, but I know it's also highly federalized, right? I mean, it's a country of 1.4 billion, so it's like the United States has a fifth of the population, and everything gets cut through 50 different states, and then you have city governments. It all trickles downward. I imagine the same is the case for China, far more so because of its larger population. The idea of like getting this message in piecemeal, or having everything feel like it's kind of decentrally worked out. I don't know. It feels like that would contribute a lot to the feeling of uncertainty, because that seems to be the key motif of the post zero COVID time, right? That's what I keep reading. Like people are like, oh, okay, like I guess we're doing this now. There doesn't seem to be much of a message, right?
Um, that's to me personally, that's kind of what it feels like. Other people might have different experiences, but for me personally, yeah, I just don't know things are going. I feel that the kind of general direction is towards opening up a bit more. There have been rumors, and rumors are something we've been hearing a lot this year, that that the quarantine period for incoming international rivals is probably going to be reduced to like maybe 3 days or less than a week come January. Um, so yeah, for me, it's just kind of been taking the different pieces of news that I've come across and putting together my idea of where I think things are going. But you never know. I mean, I feel like things can change very quickly, as evidenced by the fact that one day it was zero COVID, and they were very much sticking to that policy, and then the next day things just continuously start opening up again.
How much do you think the Chinese government has mishandled this? Like from what you've seen, the effects you've seen, how much of this do you think is an overreach? Or how much of it do you think, maybe if it's a bit optically difficult, do you think that there's, to a degree, it's been worth it in preventing COVID deaths in such a large country?
Uh, it's a hard question to answer because I feel like there are people that are much more qualified to give a response on this than me. Um, I feel that in some ways, having a bit more of like a strict approach to like lockdowns and COVID, I think that it was pretty effective initially. That like perhaps there's a better balance that could have been struck. Like, I think that quarantine, lockdowns, these are tools that can be used effectively. Now, how they're used, I think, is another issue entirely. So I think that my opinion has changed drastically in the last 2 years that this has been going on.
Mm-hmm.
At first, I was kind of like, yeah, the lockdowns are a bit Spartan back in 2020, 2021, but hey, you can't argue with the results, to having actually gone through it and personally being like, well, is there a better way of doing this? I can't say for sure because I've never been in any form of government. I I feel like there's some things that it could have been handled better for sure. I don't know. It's hard to look at the global situation and point to like people who did COVID containment well, right? I feel like I don't have much ground to speak on like whether China handled it well or if it could have handled better. When I look at the US and I'm like, okay, well, that could have been done better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. It's because it seems like the big two problems here are, one, you guys have an inferior vaccine.
Mhm.
Yeah, you don't have the mRNA vaccine, right? You have your own type of vaccine, which is worse because we have cool American tech. So that's probably not good. But another part of it is that it seems like the point of lockdown. Okay, so I think we can all kind of recognize that at this point, COVID's not going away. Barring some kind of big paradigm shift that we're yet unaware of, it is a permanent feature of human ecology until further notice. It might get less deadly, it might get more. We might get better at responding to it, but like the flu, it's a recurring wave of fire that will burn through us, just much more dangerous than the flu. Um, the point of lockdowns is to lower the frequency with which people get it to the point that you never overload the hospitals. But the problem, because it's not like to get rid of it entirely. You can't. It's not like the Black Death or whatever. It's not like you burn it out and you isolate it and you get rid of it. The goal is to keep it from ever like crescendoing over that kicker, that point where the hospitals are being flooded. But the problem with with China's lockdowns is that you seem to alternate between lockdowns so draconian that nobody gets COVID, basically. And then when you loosen up, everyone gets COVID because it burns through the population like a wildfire. And this is the opposite of the point of a lockdown. You want to keep it in the middle. You want lockdowns that are lenient enough that people can live their lives. And people are still going to get COVID, but your hospitals don't overflow. Not this like back and forth, you know? That's my understanding of it. It's been a while since I've thought critically about COVID because it seems like, the political discourse around it is so tired, but it's not tired in China. Like stuff is still happening in China.
Yeah. So I just want to mention that I remembered at one point, like a few weeks ago, there was this release from the central government talking about, it was like 20 measures that the government was taking in order to optimize their zero COVID approach. And that kind of came down to like, if somebody gets tested positive, for example, they don't lock down the entire community. They lock down like a building or a floor or of that building, that sort of thing. Yeah, so I guess that there has been some central messaging on that. I just wanted to mention that because it slipped my mind earlier.
Mhm.
Um, Sorry, my ADD is kicking in. Could you remind me of what the original question was? Because I kind of lost it.
Um, well, I was mostly rambling about the effectiveness of these lockdowns.
Oh,
It's
yes.
it's just a tough topic to go over because in the US we didn't do enough and a lot of people died unnecessarily. Um, but now we're
Mhm.
doing nothing. The current American strategy is doing nothing, and that is what we're going to do. In China, there's still an active discourse about this. And
Yeah.
yeah, and there were those recent protests after that apartment fire. You know, we got some rare Chinese protests, uh, which was pretty interesting, I guess.
Yeah. I I actually couldn't believe that that was happening. Never thought that I'd see anything like that in the almost decade that I've been living here. Crazy shit for sure.
Were they in your area? Did you see any?
Well, no, I never actually went to any of the protests. That to me that seemed like not a great idea because um something that can happen is like if there's something like that like civil unrest or stuff, one of the easiest scapegoats is, oh, this was incited by like a foreign actor.
Color
And
Revolution.
so it's sort of, yeah. So it's one of those things where when shit hits the fan, I keep my head down because I'm like, yeah, I'm the only white dude in my building, or I'm, like I guess that I don't want to like put myself in a situation where I could get in trouble and for little outcome, right? Because at
And
the end of the day,
it's like you're a white guy there, and it's like the narrative is already to them like, okay, well, like, you know, Westerners want to bring our country down, like they're funding this, they're exaggerating this,
sure,
and
but
then you're a white guy there, and then like photos get taken for foreign press, and it's like Western tankies are like, why is there a white guy there? He's from the CIA. I get it, you know, I can
well,
see.
the other side of this too is like, I have to remind myself that I'm a guest in this country, right? And I think that while I obviously have an interest
Are you?
in, excuse me?
Are you?
Yeah, I'm
If you
American.
lived there for 10 years.
Um, well, yeah, but every one of those years that I've been here, I've had to renew my visa.
Nah, I
Um,
say fuck that. If somebody's lived in the United States for 10 years, whether or not they were a citizen, I would 100% call them an American. Um, I would, regardless of China's attitude. You know, I know that not every country can be a glorious, uh, shining city on the hill melting pot, but I wouldn't call you a guest there. Even if that's the perception, I certainly wouldn't think of you that way.
right. Well, I guess what I'm trying to hint on, right, is that while I definitely feel that I can be an ally and give support in some ways, I feel that whatever happens here is kind of like it's for Chinese people to decide how they want to go. And ultimately, it's one of those things where, like, they're the people who are best equipped to kind of navigate what happens and what they want to do about it. Because even though I've been here almost a decade, there's still a lot about the culture, the laws, and just kind of like the motivations that, um, I feel like it's not necessarily my place as much to be a part of that. And, I don't, I guess that there would be more of a reason for somebody who is local to be invested in this. And again, I don't want to like take thunder away and no, it's not, it's,
Look, I know
man,
that
sorry, this is,
no, I know perceptively this stuff varies country to country. I get the perception. I think if you live there for 10 years, you're, you know, spiritually a citizen of the place. But also America is one of the most pro-immigrant countries in the world. You know, it's weird saying that, you know, because it doesn't feel that way, but it's actually true. Europeans are more xenophobic. East Asians are far more xenophobic. Australians are more xenophobic by far. It's just that melting point. I think you'd have to go. I think Latin America. There are some countries in Latin and Central America that have a more like widely permissive attitude towards like whether you're one of them, but like maybe Brazil. But even then, I don't know. It'd be close. It's hmm. Oh well, whatever the case may be, I completely get that. But are you aware of those protests having taken place in your area? Like this is discourse that you've seen sort of affect your area.
um, so yeah, where I'm, yes, I mean, like, the protest happened not super close to where I live, but like close enough to where like I kind of know where that location is. In Shanghai, the protests happened to in a place that's very familiar with me, very familiar to, I think, a lot of foreigners who live in the city. So whenever I'd see videos and pictures of things happening, I'd be like, oh, wow, this is happening there. Um, and I may or may not have people that I know who were involved, but like, I'm not going to confirm nor deny that. I don't know, man. It's tricky talking about these things because even though, we're not on like a Chinese platform, there are still lots of people kind of strolling the internet and, you know, I guess that like, I feel like I need to be careful still because it's not just me that like could be implicated, but it's like, you know, there are people close to me.
Yeah, of course. That's the point of the threat, right? That's the reason they're draconian. They want to discourage. They want to incite the concern you're feeling. Um, hmm. What do you
Yeah.
think the best road forward is, civilly? And I know, and you're very self-critical here. You're very aware of your lack of full knowledge. So you specifically will say, "Oh, well,
Mhm.
I don't fully know this," or "I can't speak fully to this." I know that, but be decisive for me. Give me, okay, you're Xi Jinping. Congratulations on your promotion. What do you do? What's the road forward?
Um, so I feel like now one of the things that they're trying to do is they're trying to boost the vaccination rate with people who are 60 or 60 years of age or above and people who are considered to be in vulnerable populations. I definitely think that that's a step in the right direction. I think that the more people that are vaccinated here, and China, to as far as I know, does have a fairly high vaccination rate amongst like younger people compared to the global average. I feel that like raising that rate of vaccination can only help with problems of, you know, people getting sick, potentially overflowing hospital beds. So I'm glad that that is something that is being done, and I think that that should be continued to push. Um, I also really hope that there are people who continue to give certain protections to workers, whether that be local or foreign, who have COVID and for obvious reasons can't go to the office. I know that there are some people who've had to go and pay for tests just to prove to their employers that they are in fact positive with COVID, and it would be a bad idea for them to go to the office. So I think that like having those protections for workers, keeping those would be really important. And then last but not least, I think that like just making sure that people have access to a regular supply of medicine for treating COVID symptoms and as well as like antigen tests. I think that those would be really important. I think that it makes sense to have like some form of quarantine for people coming in from outside of the country. But obviously, this is all based on kind of very recent stuff. I mean, all of the opening up and everything has happened within the space of less than a month. And I'm fairly sure that things are going to change very quickly in another month.
Yeah, I imagine so. I mean, like we're still getting articles daily on the situation over there, the environment. Um, it's
Mm.
just it's difficult to imagine a nation having this kind of trouble over overly punitive COVID lockdowns when over here in America, of course, we got absolutely nothing of the sort. It's difficult to even imagine having to push back from that side of the scale, like things being overly punitive. I've read
Mm.
that that some people are saying that the CCP actually in a way is benefiting from the protest that took place after that apartment fire because now they've been given kind of a social excuse to lay off the zero COVID policy, which is something that they wanted to do anyway because it obviously restricts economic growth to have everything shut down and to, express all this government power trying to keep everything like strictly regulated. Do you think the Chinese government is just going to keep things laissez-faire from now on, now that they feel they can't keep a cap on the situation? Or are we going to keep getting this cycle up and down?
It's really hard to say, because I feel that in every situation where I have a good hunch on what's about to happen, I'm proven wrong almost every time. So hopefully, but it's really hard to say, man. That's kind of the nature of the beast. My time living here, it's really hard to kind of like have expectations of any sort.
Gotcha. So say what you think, and then we'll believe the opposite. If you've been consistently wrong, you still have predictive power.
So I think that like it's feel that once there's like a certain message, once it's been established, it's usually something that people want to stick to. So I would imagine that perhaps this laissez-faire kind of open everything approach might be the way of things, at least for the near future. Now, if things get bad again, we could very much see lockdown. It really depends on like how out of hand cases get and like people's access to medicine, how the vaccination rates go up, that sort of thing.
So you're saying it's impossible to say.
With this, yeah, it's really, really difficult. And I'm not an expert, but I feel like even for the experts, it's really hard to accurately predict what happens, what will happen with this country.
Well, outside any efforts on your part to ape Nostradamus, is there anything that you'd like to say? Like any point you don't think that you've hit on?
Um, let's see. Yeah, I mean, I guess if there's anything that I want to say, it's like, in some cases, I feel that when people hear about crazy things happening in China, no, it definitely doesn't come from nowhere. But I also have been like kind of shaking my head at some of the coverage that I've seen from Western outlets that cover certain stories here, and I'm like, okay, sure, like this has happened, but like the angle is very clearly biased, and I think that what I want to say is like whatever y'all hear about China, like a lot of the time there might be some truth to it. Um, and very often the case is like reality is stranger than fiction. Um, but always be skeptical because there is like a pretty clear anti-China bent, not just from like more conservative outlets, but from more liberal outlets as well. Because I think that, there's like a very tangible tension between the perceived communist threat and, you know, America's existence as a liberal democracy. So yeah, just be skeptical. Take everything that you see with a grain of salt. I think that that's most of the thing that I want to leave you with. And yeah, the Chinese people are pretty based.
Yeah, there's a
Lots
lot
of
of
good
them.
folks I've come into in
I
my
should
time here.
I should fucking hope there are lots of good folks with that many people. It seems like a mathematical impossibility. It still blows my mind, because so much, because like what American culture is like hegemonic in so much of the world, right? Like if you go to Europe,
Mhm.
you're getting like the down drippings of American culture, Canada, whatever, even Central and Latin America, Mexico, to a large extent, heavily influenced by the stuff we produce. China, not so much, definitely not to the same extent. There is another nexus of culture that is not only separate from the West, but is larger than the West's, and I know nothing about it, which is insane. Truly insane, psychotic.
Yeah. If there's anything I feel like in China, or I guess like the industries here can really, they need to up their game with the whole soft power thing. Cause like, I don't know. I think that a lot of more people would kind of know about like what's going on here, have like a beat to what's going on in China if like, I don't know, there were more games coming out of here that were very, kind of like modern, but also had the unique Chinese flavor. I mean, if I think about anything that's had a huge impact from China, it's been Genshin Impact. But I feel like a lot of people
Thanks.
see Genshin Impact and they're like, oh, another JRPG, but it's like made by Chinese people, you know?
Yeah, we're
Um,
happy for the reminder that pedophilia is not exclusively a Japanese vice, and that everyone can get in on it. Um, fucking gotcha, man. Fucking piece
amen,
of
brother.
shit. I really appreciate you hopping on. I'm sorry I screened you for so long. It wasn't actually screening. I'm just really bad at getting to my emails.
No, it's fine. Thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to come on here and talk about things. I'm sorry if I seem like evasive or if I'm not giving like satisfactory-ish answers. I guess I feel like I need to be kind of careful with what I say and also not come off super biased. You know what I mean?
No, I fully understand. Also, the like I try to think of it in perspective, right? This would be like
Mm.
I mean, it would be like me having an H-1B visa guy on to talk about America, except America's 5 times the size and also internally limits the spread of information. So it's difficult to know the whole picture of what's going on basically any issue the CCP deems, um, you know, politically tetchy. It would be impossible for them to give me anything complete. I doubt anyone could, So I understand the caution.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah, I guess that like there's part of my personal experience I wanted to talk a little bit more, but I know that like in terms of like what's useful to the stream and everything, these big questions are a bit more of import. So feel that.
Yeah. Well, maybe one day I'll get to visit myself. I kind of want to. I don't know if it'd be a bad idea on account of me being very politically vocal. Um, but I'm just
Well,
so
I mean, hey,
curious.
if you can get a tourist visa, I would definitely recommend it. I mean, there's a reason why I've been here for 8 years, despite like the problems. Like Shanghai is a great city to live in. China is a very beautiful place, and you go to one part of China and you're like, damn, am I still in the same country? And then you hear people speaking Mandarin and you're like, okay, but yeah, this really is like a big salad bowl, I'd say. So yeah, I would take the chance. China's pretty cool.
Well, it's that and Israel, the two countries were worried about getting arrested by border guards. Thank you very much. It was a delight to speak to you. And if I ever visit China, I'll just knock on like 1 billion doors until you recognize me, and then we'll hang out.
Likewise, yeah, thank you again for giving me the opportunity. It's been a great honor to talk to you. One last thought before one last thing before I sign off. I want to thank you personally for reigniting like my interest and my hope in left-wing politics. I had kind of become apolitical until I saw your videos, so thanks a lot for having that impact on my life.
Oh, I'm delighted to even be able to have that impact. Uh the delight is mutual. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Take care
Man.
and don't get arrested by the CCP.
You know what? I'll try my best. Thanks again for having me on. You and chat, y'all have a good rest of your evening.
If you were in America, you could booby trap your house. You can booby trap your house as long as you're at home.
Um, damn. I guess I need to start making some bottle cap mines whenever I get back.
Yeah, this is not legal advice. Chat, don't follow my advice. Take care, okay?
All right, peace, man.
Peace. It depends on the state, yeah. Oh, good, CCP agent. Thank you. Thanks for drawing the hammer down quickly. Pretty sure Illegal Eagle did a video on that, and I wouldn't try it myself, lol. Yeah, well. You need to be at home. What's the point of the booby, then? It's like extra spicy door locks, you know? Vosh, that was a bit biased. No, everything is biased. However, as bias goes, the guy I just talked to was pretty damn not biased. I mean, he made a pretty active effort to avoid overly narrativizing. It's a federal crime. You can't booby trap your house. What do you mean? Can you booby trap your house? Washington State. Booby traps are illegal? What? What the fuck? I thought this was fucking America. What the fuck? Yeah, what happened to being the land of the free? Oh my god. A booby trap may be defined as any concealed or camouflaged device designed to cause bodily injury when triggered by any action of a person making contact with the device. This includes guns, ammunition, explosive devices, sharpened stakes, nails, spikes, electrical devices, lines or wires with hooks attached, and devices for the production of toxic fumes and gases. What the fuck? It is prohibited in all circumstances to use a booby trap? Why? Can I make a moat with, like, sharks? What? Is there any state where you can booby trap? This is so fucked up. Yeah, I think you can still have a moat. What about acid? It doesn't mention acid. Okay, yeah, it's not a booby trap if it's manually activated, right? So if the entire first floor of your house has C4 stuffed in every crevice, and you see a mailman approach your front door, as long as you press the button actively, that's fine, right? No, that's still a booby trap. So what? Is it a booby trap if there's just a gun laying on your table and you press the trigger rather than picking it up? Because what? Can I put a vat of acid underneath the lawn? You can't own C4 without a license. Okay, any bomb, a fertilizer, whatever. Can you kill the mailman on the grounds of trespassing? I'm sure it's legal to kill mailmen. That's not true. A manually triggered IED is still a booby trap? Well, then anything is a booby trap. What the fuck? The difference is personally activating it. The real answer to this, the reason why booby traps are illegal, I think, is because of firefighters or like anyone, right? The thing is, booby traps don't differentiate between legit targets and non-legit targets. If if your house catches fire when you're out and firemen come in and blow the whole first floor or whatever else, like there's literally no like discerning that can be done, which makes them, yeah. Any emergency services or, yeah. Wait, were you tweeting during that convo? I tweet during all convos. It's fine. Catco versus Briney. Court case decided by the Iowa Supreme Court in which two homeowners, Edward and Bertha Briney, were held liable for battery for injuries caused to a trespasser who set off a spring gun set as a man trap in an abandoned house on the homeowner's property. The case, therefore... Okay, leaving aside the legal, how psychotic do you have to be to set up a spring gun in an abandoned house? What are you doing? What the fuck? Dude. The person was stealing things from the property. It had been robbed multiple times before, but it's abandoned. Shouldn't you move the stuff from your left vacant for the last 10 years. What are you stealing from here? Rotten wood? Termites? Catco and his friend Marvin McDonough had been to the premises and found several old bottles and fruit jars, which they stole. Copper wire? How much copper wire can there be in a farmhouse? Bottles and fruit jars. Okay. Xanderhall, when are you doing your next Minecraft thingy stream? Maybe I can pop in tomorrow? I have to download the Minecraft and the mod and everything. Want to rob a farmhouse to find out? Well, every time I've gone to a farmhouse that's been abandoned in a video game, there's like nothing there. Gotcha, Zan. To defend the house against further intruders and theft, Edward Briney mounted a 20-gauge spring-loaded shotgun in the farmhouse and rigged it to fire when the north bedroom door was opened. Bertha suggested aiming the gun downward to shoot towards an intruder's legs rather than cause a mortal injury. Edward Briney also covered the bedroom window with steel. Catco and McDonough entered the farmhouse again with the intent of stealing more bottles and dated fruit jars that Catco considered antiques. When Catco entered the bedroom, he tripped the trigger mechanism, and the shotgun fired into his right leg at point-blank range. Much of Catco's legs, including part of the tibia, was blown away. Only with McDonough's assistance was Catco able to get out of the house. The gunshot wound was sufficiently severe to require hospitalization. Our Catco remained for 40 days. The case stands for the proposition that, although a landowner has no duty to make his property safe for trespassers, he may not set deadly traps against them, holding that the law has always placed a higher value upon human safety than upon mere rights and property. There you go, guys. You have no duty to make your property safe for trespassers, so it's okay to make the first floor of your house just ridiculously unsafe. Like, you can let all you can, like, constantly dump, like fucking alcohol everywhere, and like the floorboards get all wet and moldy, and you can just walk around with like a big like bowl of tacks, and you're just like, oh, you know, yeah, just like, oh, I fell, the wires are loose now. Oh, let me trip all these breakers, grease the floor. Yeah, just like what, just doing some wacky cartoon shit. And then go upstairs and sleep soundly, knowing that anyone who arrives downstairs will fucking die. Oh yeah, sure. That's why I can absolutely snipe anyone on my property in most states. Well, the point is that if they're on your property and you're there, the trespassers are an implicit threat to your safety. So using lethal force against them is about protecting your life rather than your property. Like, if you're in your house and somebody breaks in most parts of America, you can fucking blat them. But that's not because you're protecting your TV. That's because you're protecting you and your family. That doesn't work if it's a burglary. Four years after the case was decided, Edward Briney was asked if he would change anything about the situation. Briney replied, "There's one thing I'd do different, though. I'd have aimed that gun a few feet higher." Yeah, he's been sitting with me the whole time. Interesting, Mr. Bill. Peak American. Well, let's read these here donos and then kick it. Austin Space, hello. Coming over from Zan's stream. You're about to be very disappointed. I was hoping to host Zan when I was done. James Knight, thank you for the $5. Nice. SB, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. Is this a sponsored Chinese government stream? Which parts of China is based? I don't know, dude. I've got a pretty negative opinion of the Chinese government, man. Dino Man, you're still doing it. This is what I mean. You don't have to do anything, Dino. You don't have to... Well, I appreciate the dono. You don't have to dono. You don't have to message. You can just chill. No. See, this, I can tell that you're either young or a very anxious person, Dino Man. No, see, you're still doing it. You're still doing it, Dino Man. You're doing it right now. You're still doing it. People, chat, you can all see this, right? You can see this still happening right here. That's it. It's, oh, it's the fretting. It's the fucking spaghetti tirade. You know what I mean? Like you're carrying 50 lemons. You drop one lemon, then you go, oh, you fucking try to catch one lemon, and you stop. All the lemons start spilling out. Fucking lemons flying everywhere. That's you gotta sometimes you just lose one lemon. That's fine. Still got 49 lemons. We'll have you on soon. I'm almost done. I'm almost caught up with all of my obligations. I think I'm down to a half dozen. Thank you. This one with the $5. What shirt design you got on? I think it's from the same people who did my house t-shirt. Or the house town t-shirt, whatever. There should be a command for it. Donald, thank you for the $5. Coconut milk and protein powder is best. You're disgusting. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the $10. What do you expect from a dude who represents a place called Tony Pandy? Oh, true. Fucking British place names, man. Lucas, thanks the $5. Did you watch Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0? Did you like it? No, I really disliked it. I think, I think that, man, there's some weird stuff in Neon Genesis Evangelion as well. But, like, I think that 3.0 plus 1.0 is, like, just pedophilic, in my opinion. The stuff that's in NGE, it feels very artistically deliberate. A lot of it was very well crafted to sort of contribute to the emotional experience of Shinji's isolation and alienation and awkwardness and inability to connect with other people, and it all felt like it aligned like with that. You can criticize that, like a lot of people make jokes about the whole like jerking off over the hospitalized Asuka, the spoilers, but if clearly the fact that people are talking about that 30 years later indicates it must have been somewhat artistically compelling. I don't think there was that much art in 3.0 plus 1.0, like at all. And there was some shit there that was like really fucking dumb. I've said this before, but like 3.0 plus 1.0, which is the last of the Evangelion rebuild movies, not that impressive, not that good, whatever. However, there are two scenes in that movie where everything stops, and for 45 seconds, you just see a gorgeously animated shot of Rei and Asuka moving in a zero-G airlock in, like, scant clothing for fan service. Like, ass shot, titty shot, ass shot, titty shot. I don't even know how to, like, describe it. It's just really bad. Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0 fan service compilation. 5 minutes and 10 seconds. 5 minutes and 10 seconds. That is insane. I'm like fast scrolling through the buffer and holy shit, I forgot about all of this. It's really bad. It's like everywhere. Here, at least they're in full clothing here. They just stop everything and it's like, yeah, let's watch like the airlock. The frames per second on this like 45-second scene in the movie are like triple what they are everywhere else. There's so much of this shit. So much of the show or of the movie or whatever is dedicated to making sure that we know that the girls in the movie, of which there have been 3 preceding movies, are young and skinny. They're 14. Oh, no. Elenita Express. It's even worse than Asuka being 14. It's actually worse. Asuka is actually like in her 20s, but due to a curse associated with being a chosen child for the Evangelion mechas, they stop aging at 14. So Asuka, They have a time skip where Shinji gets awoken from cold sleep, and Asuka's the same except edgier with an eye patch, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it's a and it's introduced with Asuka like complaining about it, like Asuka's like, yeah, just another perk of being one of the chosen children, as she stands in like a perfect fan service pose in a skin tight outfit, you know, fucking. I can't. Where's her with the fucking eye patch? Why is it so hard to find a picture of her with the eye patch? It's all like fan art. And boy, is there a lot of fan art of Asuka. Jesus Christ. Okay, here we go. Here's my bit theater, okay? You have Evangelion, which is a show about a 14-year-old boy being bad at talking to girls, right? Okay? And then you've got, hold on. You've got Asuka Langley, all right? And she's like, "Hey, look at me. I'm kind of a weird representation of how anime treats girls, but also I'm one of the best written characters ever?" Can we be real? Asuka Langley's a phenomenal character. If you get past the weird shit about her, like, yeah, like maybe actually one of the best written, like incredibly good. Dude, Shinji, you're in the rebuild now. You're going into cold sleep. I've woken up. The future is dark and edgier than I thought. Shinji, it's me, Asuka Langley. I'm 10 years older now, but don't worry. Here's what I look like now. Guys, don't worry. Hey, if there are any people in the audience who liked Asuka for the wrong reasons, then don't you worry, okay? We're doing a time skip, but we're not changing shit. The most fucked up thing about the time skip, I swear, and I maintain this, the most fucked up thing about the time skip is that Asuka should not have been able to live 10 years. She would have killed herself. If you've watched End of Evangelion, not in the rebuild, like the original show, the original story, how she was feeling at 14, there is no way Asuka makes it to 24. 0% chance. She's killing herself like probably within weeks of the rebuild's failed impact. Zero. Oh yeah, she'll live 10 years. You're fucking kidding me? She went to therapy. No therapy could have fixed. I'm sorry. No. You don't understand. The rebuild and the non-rebuild timeline split at Shinji doing the early impact. There would have been no therapists after that. This would have been multiple years of Asuka not having therapy. There is no shot in the world that she doesn't kill herself. Need your reaction to this tweet? Most important day in the history of the culture war comes tomorrow. I'll be up early doing everything I can. But if you're a content creator, a Twitter user, no, it doesn't matter. We must move this photo. Tell Elon Musk not to step down. This is everything. I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for him. I saw it, Super Spartan. Being mind raped by an angel would do that. I think Asuka was on the suicide train way the fuck before even the events of Neon Genesis Evangelion. You know, she was spiraling that drain for a long time. I don't know. It's a fucking plot hole. That she would still be around. She was born to die. Yeah, pretty much, honestly. Oh, fuck. Tempest. Tempest, isn't it great working for me? Isn't it fucking amazing? Didn't Asuka's mother try to kill her? Listen, a lot of stuff happened, okay? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Pay up. It's not the end of the month. Please? Yeah, I know, Tempest, I know. And we had such a good talk, too. We're going to be doing more shorts on the main channel, like a lot of them, I think, in the run. I just need to get better at providing the content to Tempest. But now that shorts are separate from main videos, they're good. They're a good keep, you know? Holy shit, my shoe on head video has 200,000 views? Oh my god, dude. Jesus Christ. I might do that, Anonymous. Did Shu ever respond to you? Not publicly, or you'd know it, right? People love to hate Shu. Oh, yeah. What's your most viewed video? My one on, like, Dawson? Shane Dawson, I think? That was good normie bait. I'm so bad at the normie bait shit, man. I just want to play video games and be autistic. How often do you read the comments of your videos yourself? All the time, actually. Usually after a day or like half a day on a subject that I find interesting. Anything that I think there's like a chance of interesting discourse. I'll read the comments underneath. Her fans are still sending les death threats and les pedo accusations. Gotcha, Zan. Yeah. Unrelated, have you seen this video by Internet Impact critiquing online urban planning channels and influencer culture? No? Influencers glamorizing cities may lead to bad urban planning? How would I have seen this? This came out today? 13 hours ago? No, I haven't seen it. Channel has weirdly low views for so many subscribers. I guess that happens sometimes. Did you see that Alec Kister, the Mandela Catalog, commented on your FNAF vid? What? $300,000 videos on, or 300,000 views on this. This was good, by the way. This was so much fun to do. I had so much fucking fun doing this, dude. Holy shit. I really didn't want to edit this or watch this because I get scared really easily and Ryan was doing something else. Tempest! That's so cute. Huh. Well, shit. That's the video that turned me onto your content. Is that true? I'm happy to be a public face of autism in the online left. Confident autism. 5-hour rating every single Dark Souls boss, hot take edition. Fuck yeah, dude. One day, Gally. You should do more videos like the FNAF one. I don't know what other subjects I have an interest in doing that kind of like sporadic. Vosh, literally, yeah, I thought you were cringe before that video. FNAF Smasher Pass? Good golly. Rate each cycle of Outer Wilds. No, it can't be like that. We have to hit the right autism balance. It has to be like me giving a 4-hour rant on Poppy's playtime or something. Hold on, wait. I'm fucking hungry. Okay, listen up. Okay, I'm gonna dip. I'll finish the remaining donos tomorrow. I love you guys very much. I'm sorry that I've been a bit spotty with the streams lately. It's just a seasonal thing. You gonna review Avatar? I haven't seen Avatar. What other like autistic game opinion could I ramble about? Something like good though, not like how fuckable or Overwatch characters or whatever. It has to be like a real Halo, but I don't have anything to say about Halo. Minecraft? Rating every Minecraft block. Okay, I'm sending you guys off. I love you guys very much. You're all beautiful people. Who is live currently? Ow, whoa! Where's the fucking leg cramp? What was that? Hey! The fuck was that? Fucking, getting me, what is the, hey! You've got a right leg. Buh! Thanks. I know. I knew that already. Wow, not many people online. Anyone I follow? No one I follow is streaming on YouTube. Mafia Jinx? Yeah, I think Mafia Jinx. Yeah. I'm gonna let's raid Mafia Jinx. I don't think we've ever raided Mafia Jinx before. Have we? She's nice. Shouldn't be an issue. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, I wish I'd done it for longer. But I got the hungies. Post Twitch Mafia Jinx. See you guys soon. Good night, Galley.